Thank you, Atlanta. Welcome to our meeting today. Open. Ino tātou. Tuku mātou ke kāwai ngā wāngai whiriwhirikia mo kanino tiko tika ki te mahi me te ngāka auaha me te akamai ngā pūkinga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā hakataunga kia katuria ai te tai apori i matatika nei tūkotahi ana kamutu ka kapiti anu i te oranga o tātou rohe ka katauano i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me. Dear Lord, we ask that through Council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whanau District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and Amen. I haven't received any apologies, but we have a few members online. We also have a deputation today, just by way of announcements. He meki tēnei tākui, e kaipitire o pō, e tapoha nei mai haere mai ki te whare, mai ka noho mai ai koe ki konei, hei māngai mō ngā whaipōrero reo tēnei to Tapuha Ropiha, who will be our interpreter today, and it's our first time having him in the whare. So welcome, and I am sure that our Māori language speakers will take it easy to find your first name here well. We're actually going to go straight into public exclusion this morning as we have a public excluded deputation from Whareronda Kai. So I will move that we move into public exclusion to allow Whareronda, representing the Te Hepi Recreation Centre Trust, to speak to us as council on the 11 Matthews Avenue site for the Te Hepi Recreation Centre Trust, which is to remain with consistency as being dealt with in public exclusion for commercial reasons so far. If I could get and part of this motion will be allowing our language interpreter to speak. Well, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. All those in favour? Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? That is carried. I'll ask Will to pause our live stream, please. Thank you very much. And we will pass over to you, Whareronda. Thank you for having the party with us. welcome back to our council meeting. We're going straight into our today with the confirmation of previous minutes on page 7. If I could get a move on. Hi, thank you, Councillor Akina. Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Akina, was there anything you picked up?
Hari tuatari para mengkatakan
Deputy Mayor Stratford. Members? All right, we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We'll now go to our community board minutes on page 193.
Excuse me, on 6.3, I just want to make a note for future minutes that, the subcommittee or standing committee notes be separated rather than put together in one motion. Please.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So 6.3, we've got 2 subcommittee sets of recommendations and they're presented to us and then we're asked to ka hore. But somebody might agree to the first one but not the second one, vice versa. Just if they can be separated in the minutes. So the committee. Yeah, just 2 separate recommendations.
Just at the table, it's not a chance for people to read it.
No.
It's just for us to acknowledge what's passed, unless it falls outside of delegations that committee has. But all our committees are committees of the whole, so I take your point that we can figure that out in a GG. Item 7.2, community board minutes. Our first lot of minutes are from our Tuku Community Board, and I'm happy to pass over to our Chair Gardner.
Thank you. Please take the minutes as read. Just one highlight that I would like to bring to your attention is that Eric Wagner, who represents the Overall Ratepayers Association, he came in made education, and he also gave us a letter, and that letter was actually in the Mental Age as well. So I was just wondering if you have seen that letter through there, please. Who was it? Make sure it was passed on.
Eric's name rings a bell, and if Eric is watching this, I think that he can appreciate I receive over 100 pieces of correspondence a day, but I will follow up.
Yeah, you can do that. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board minutes, and I believe we have Chair Ward online. Kia ora, Chair Ward.
Morena me moko, thank you. I will take our minutes as read. I just want to point out, though, that we are in quite difficult times in relation to funding. We're starting to see the tightening up of events and monies available for funding. A couple of events that have just been cancelled for this year is the Triple Crown paddleboarding event, which is normally from Korapiro to Waitangi. Shame to see that not happening this year, and also a favourite that has been cancelled is Russell Birdman. So I think this is just the start of what we're about to enter into in the next year or two in relation to the tight and lack of funding. So just wanted to point that out within our communities, the impact that this will have both locally, economically and socially. That's all I've got to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wood, and our Kaikohe Community Board minutes, and the Chair Rakanhi.
Tēnā koutou. Just to mention that our funding applications, we had a few matariki application, so that was good to be able to support the Ngamahi Toi or Horeke event that's happening. And also we'll have this one come back. It's been left to lie on the table, but the Piriwiri Rāwhana brass band that's been located here in Kaikohe have their 90th anniversary approaching in October, and I just received last night an invitation for our community board to attend that relevant event that's coming up. Fine.
Councillor Lakina to move. If I could get a seconder for our minutes. Councillor Vucic, we'll go to Councillor Lakina.
Just here, partai here, Chair Rudkin. I see on 7.2A for the funding applications, will approve the sum of $0 that was from Ngāti Rahiri Māori Committee.
Fine.
Was that declined, because it says approved here, but there's a $0, or was that declined because there was the same committee that had an approved sum of $2,266 from Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board meeting? Was that noted?
I didn't pick that up.
So
Didn't
it's in
decline the
7.2.
application. We declined that in the application.
Okay,
Fine.
it says approved for sum of $0, but I just also, as per my last call, I can see that in the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board meeting minutes 7.2C, that sum of $2,266 was approved in Ngāti Rahiri Māori Committee. I'm pretty must be Wakuhe Kāpōna e Turidaini ana, but I'm pretty sure that's the same committee.
No.
Maybe just a note to for
We'll check that out, I think. Fine.
probably the CE to make sure that these committees are triple or double dipping into all the community board funding. Hangamata people on the tele.
Through the chair, we are made aware of that from Catherine in our hui mostly. And sometimes some groups do get funding from like or three.
Through you, Mayor Moko. Just clarification on that. You will see on page 202 of our minutes that the amount that was requested, the motion was actually lost. You will see the bottom right-hand corner of the box, the motion was lost. And this was not double dipping. This was actually an application for events that was going to take Kuia Kaumatua from Waitangi in relation to Whangaroa and over to the Hokianga. Just for clarification, thank you.
Councillor Vucic.
I'll reply. Just answering that question as a note, which as Chair Chicky has pointed out, we do take a lot of care, being on the community board as well, that where there is across the district, there is actually a commitment, we do allow for that. And so we try and, well, the community board certainly trying to be very clear that they've done a good job today. Thank you.
You open the floor. All right, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed or abstentions. Resolution is carried. We now go to item 6.1, the confirmation of capital program amendments on page 17. Councillor Floyd.
On this one here, we're able to suspend Sandy Wood since it's such huge amount of information and given has been able to ask.
Suspension of standing orders has been moved by Councillor Poi. I'll second. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Opposed. Deputy Stratford recorded.
Yep.
So, standing orders has been suspended, but I will still ask you to raise your hand if you'd like to speak or have specific questions. Right, happy to. Am I to expect a alternate resolution to that which is in our books? Otherwise, I'm going to move it as it is, and then we can open for questions.
Before we move the motion, I've got 9 amendments.
Yeah.
We've had some of them are just points of clarification, and I've also sought points of clarification from staff about certain items between the previous meeting and this meeting, and I also see that our roading staff are here meeting, so I'm not sure about points of clarification on that either from our fellow elected members. I've given my amendments to Casey, but some of them also include matters that Councillor Hilda Adewere also raised, so that the staff had them and are aware of them.
These amendments are going to change the original recommendation.
Correct.
So what I'm going to do is continue with our meeting so staff can have this typed up and analysed, and we'll take this paper last. I'll just move that we resume standing orders. Seconded, all those say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. We'll go to item 6.2 on page 20, which is the recommendation of the requirements associated with setting temporary speed limits, and we'll also start recommending with persons for Hawkes Road, Russell, Apollo Road. Approve that staff commence consultation with the public on setting permanent speed limits for the Russell catchment area, and note that the implementation of any permanent speed limits is dependent on final funding for the 24-27 long-term plan, and also our national land transport which won't come through. Moved by Councillor Deputy Stratford and seconded by Councillor Court. Deputy Stratford.
Thank you for the report. Did a walk yesterday, and although the road surface is not an issue and there doesn't seem to be any tangible issue with the road, there is a track that has moved. So I ask that I'm going to support the resolution as it stands, but I think that staff need to do a survey to see how many walkers are actually skipping the shared path route, which starts on Florence Ave and goes up a steep hill, and then you get on the shared path route, are skipping that and staying on the road, which is the portion where the latest fatality and a number of other ones over the last 25 years, actually 30 years, occurred. I also urge my colleagues to support this consultation going out for the Russell catchment area, because they wanted it with our last review, and we couldn't get it included in there. Whangarei are doing theirs, so let's just join up all the catchments together and do that consultation at the same time as them, because they connect in. And although it's dependent on that final funding, if there is an issue with funding, then the project would come back to us. So please, let's get this off. Thank you.
Councillor Court.
I'm going to support this going out for public consultation. I do have a question, and Elizabeth is aware that the question is coming. I printed off this morning from this is 8 pages that the community board elected representative from that riding, Jane Hindle, collated and sent through to me late last night. And I've got a number of emails on this item. All of these emails relate to concern in the community that their request for an 80-kilometre speed limit on Hawkes Road has been reduced to 60. I'm just going to chuck Jane under the bus here and read from her email. There has, of course, been an outpouring of Facebook comments and emails in horror of the proposed 60 kilometres an hour for the entire route. So we would like to ask why it's changed. They're concerned that this is a case of be careful what you ask for, because they all seem surprised. These emails that she sent me, overwhelmingly, the comments are that this is draconian and highly overreactive. Not my words, though, the direct quotes from the emails. So it seems to me we've got two ways that we can look at this. We can either amend Orks Road to 80, which is what the community are wanting, and go out and consult on that and be prepared to amend the final resolution based on feedback we received, or we can stick with the 60 and go out and consult on that. I think it's horses for courses. It would be appreciated if we could have some clarity on why that's changed, because the community is concerned that this will just increase risky overtaking behaviour.
I'll cover that first, but through the chair, feedback like this is the exact reason for public consultation. So while the community have requested an 80k historically, what is going out is based on technical design and standards. So the average speed measured along that stretch at the moment is around 66 k's. And with respect to risk of overtaking, it's proven when you reduce the speed limit, the risk of overtaking reduces because people are travelling at the speed limit. Where overtaking increases is where people were travelling slower than the speed limit, and people feel that they should be going faster. The recommendation would be to go out for consultation under the technical guidelines, which is 60 at the moment, and formally receive that public consultation, and then council through deliberations can decide where they end up. So, yeah, and Elizabeth.
Absolutely. So everything that Calvin just said, thank you. And in respect to the change, 60 kilometres per hour is the same speed that we were proposing when this was going to be consulted under the regional speed management plan. So perhaps there was an expectation within the community that it would be 80, and we want to get all of that feedback.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Councillor McNally and then Councillor Research.
Funding. Given the Minister's commentary, is there any subsidy available, or is this all out of our budgets?
So through the chair, so the funding for the consultation piece within this fiscal year is funded under existing funding, under an existing project. Yeah, subsidized, and going forward, that remains to be seen. Speed limits are an eligible activity class, and we won't know final answers on our funding until I believe August. Is that fair?
So through the chair, just for clarity, the consultation, yes, is covered through subsidised funding. As it's outlined in Note C, that any implementation is still dependent on final NRTP outcomes, National Road Transport Plan. Those are expected on the 1st of September for these sorts of activities, but as Elizabeth said, they remain an eligible funding category, and the role of councils as a road controlling authority within their remit is still to ensure that they are setting safe and appropriate speed limits for their community.
The only other thing to add to that is consulting on the entirety of the catchment. There's no requirement to implement the entirety of the catchment. You can just pieces as you choose.
Councillor Research.
I have one other, sorry, I didn't know.
Sorry, Councillor McNally.
Well, the second part of it. And as far as setting of speed limits, you've got a whole raft of them in here that you can use. Which one are we actually using? Because we could have run a pilot speed limit and implemented it quicker, is the way I read that. Or under Section 6, there's a number of different processes. So which one are we using? So we're not going to do anything until you complete the consultation.
So through the chair, there has to be consultation regardless of the type of speed limit we use, unless it's set under an emergency speed limit. We don't believe that this situation is appropriate for an emergency temporary speed limit. So we're recommending that since we're going to consult on the entirety of the catchment anyway, that we consult using the normal, which is the 2022 segment speed.
So to all the community out there listening, that you've been trying to get this in place for 10 years, but trying, process.
Councillor Research.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just as Councillor Courtney, I was a bit surprised when I saw the change in the speed limit. I know that road quite well. I've travelled on it pretty much every summer for quite years in the past. But so when you do the consultation, so I support the consultation because I'd love to see what the community comes back with, be it 80, and where the walkers are, and give an explanation. And I know there's a metal strip that probably needs fixing and various other things. But I was surprised at the 30 kilometre limit, and I'd like to see that feedback. No citing consultation. The 30 is like having a permanent road repair sign in place, so it's pretty slow. Mind you, Russell and North are used to that. But I'm keen to get that detail coming back again because it doesn't seem to be quite consistently across that route. There's a lot of people rapidly get neighbours in, and having an extended time is an issue, I'm sure. Schools and so on. But then we have walkers, as mentioned, we are trouble. So I support it, but please give explanations from the consultant.
Through the chair, as I said, consultation is exactly the reason for getting that feedback. One thing through the messaging from the Minister historically that we will be incorporating into this is understanding the travel time impacts. So that is something that has been indicated that will be coming in any new rule. And so that would be part of the feedback to consultation. The other thing is, while 30k limits do sound slow, they're still quite fast for a high pedestrian environment. And we have seen success of those in areas like Waipu Cove, areas like Nangaroo, and those small coastal communities, so long as they are in that sensible size and range. So some of that feedback will be about how big that range is in those areas.
Thank you.
Deputy Minister for Ryan Flat.
Sorry, I just have one question first. What's the timeline?
Through the chair, the good news is most of the pre-work for consultation was done as part of your regional speed management plan. So we will put together a statement of proposal and prep for consultation. Recently at the Chitakaka catchment, it took us about 4 weeks to get ready to go after that. I would expect a similar. Thank you.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions. Motion is carried. We now go to item 6.3, speed limits protocol on page 97. Recommendation is that council request commence consultation on an amendment to the North County Interim Speed Management Plan for Coolum Road. Just change staff to CE. Make it grammar work, make it grammatically correct. I'll move. Councillor Research. Councillor Research.
Same question that Councillor McNally asked, I presume applies that there's a fund for this that's supported.
Through the chair, there's not. This would be part of our normal operational work. This request came up to Community Board and was forwarded by Community Board to Council. Community Board was presented two options, either an amendment to the plan or the removal of some signs, and they have gone for an amendment to the plan. So this would be part of our day-to-day work. So it's funded, I suppose, under the operational budget.
So funded through normal operational activities as opposed to anything specific like. And it, just for clarity, when you go up for full catchments, that's when you apply for specific funding. When you have a requested amendment of a component of an existing speed management plan, that's more treated as business as usual funding aspect.
We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, motion's carried. We'll go to item 6.1, page 132. Review of dangerous and sanitary and earthquake prone buildings policy. number of recommendations there around reviewing our policy and opening out for public submission. I will move if I have a seconder. Councillor Fort, any commentary?
No, just thank God for all our who've been real all this stuff and stayed going.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, the question, I don't know if you can answer it, O'Brien, is I noted, I actually did go on and look at PPC and looked at where we were rated in terms of risk. And I do wonder, is that being taken into account? And I know of some, in fact, the $1 billion being spent because of better standards up here in the building that proved to be probably the strongest building in Waikato. But even so, it's expensive. So does that come into the factor of it when you do your policy? Because I don't want to throw an undue amount of burden on up here when the risk of earthquake up here is quite low. So how are you taking that into account?
Sorry, through the chair, we've got Trent here today. So Boris got policy together and we'll come with Trent. Trent is looking at the implementation of this and has been actually administering this, how we go about doing this.
To the chair, look, it's set by the ministry where we are earthquake zone 1, which is very low risk, along with, I think, Otago on the South Island is the only other category 1. We had till July 2032 to register our buildings on the national earthquake prone list. So what would happen is we've assessed the buildings in the far north. What will happen, and we're in no hurry, especially given the financial situation out there at the moment, we don't want to put that burden on our building owners. All that will happen is we will send a letter to the owner saying we think their buildings are prone. They will then engage an engineer who will do a report and come back to us, which we will assess. And if we feel that, well, it stands that the building is earthquake prone, it then goes on the National Register, and then we talk about how that's going to be fixed. In Northland already, a lot of the banks have already gone through and done their work and upgraded all their buildings. Yeah, well, closed. That's right.
It was the cheapest one. Thanks, Trent. No, I suspected that. Thank you. I'm not sure what it means for our guys though, but.
Councillor McGully and Councillor Floyd.
Yeah, page 103 goes, when review identified policy does not mean it should include, should be included. We take a reactive approach and we're looking to go proactive, following systematic survey, and then I've got traditional funding. How much money are you going to need?
I'm going to say none at this stage, it just falls into our normal operations. So there's two parts to it. There's the earthquake prone stuff that we've already done the assessment, so there's very little cost involved with that. When it comes to dangerous and insanitary building, that just falls under business as usual. As and when they come up, we do assessments.
Thank you.
Councillor Floyd.
Thank you, Trent. My question is about the current government and the policy direction from MBIE and Minister Pink for the review of earthquake-prone legislation that's currently been undertaken. What comments do you have about the timing of this proposed from staff when it may be juxtaposed to central government changing their perspective and changing direction of legislation on this matter?
Through the chair, the only comment I can make to that is I understand they changed the time frames. I'm unaware of, I don't see what that other changes.
And so what were the timeframes changed?
Oh, they extended them out.
And in terms of the current policy changes, and you talked about changing to a proactive approach, but no additional resourcing. Which Department of Councils operationally does this work if there's no additional policy, no additional staffing required to change the approach?
Through the chair, our building compliance team.
Right, through the chair, can I just correct something? I think the option that's been put forward, the recommended option is a reactive approach, not a proactive. So
So we're not going to go chase. Anyone else? All right, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or any against? Sorry. All right, we'll go to item 6.5, page 131. I'll move.
Just that councillor Fletcher Richard's name is spelled wrong, but we should pick that up and correct that at the next transport committee agenda.
All right, we'll put that to the vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We go to item 7.1 on page 141. Here, councillors' reports, which I will move. Moved and seconded, noting that we have received 7 reports, but out of a table of 11. Oh, actually, sorry, I'm going to move an alternate recommendation that we note the report submitted by Mayor Moko Tepene, Deputy Mayor Kelly Stratford, Councillors Anne Court, Bay Kappa, Hilda Halkiard, Harawira, Tāpiti Rākina, John Research, and that we also request a workshop in paper to come to change the remuneration of councillors. Are you happy to still second that, Councillor Wilson? I would like to change. I'd like if you can't keep up with the work that you have in front of you to be able to do a report each month, then we will change the work that we put on your shoulders and change the remuneration to reflect that. And councillors who have more time to be able to pick up those other responsibilities that are causing you to be unable to do a report for this council every month will get shared out along with the remuneration. Otherwise, appreciate as always seeing the reports from members who submit them. Councillor Research.
Just looking at the reports there, only comment is I noted the members of the board. Councillor reading the road, which is page 15 to 59. I'm just wondering, I saw the quotes being made here, but it was really the fixes, and it's to do, I think, with the presentation slide. And I just wonder whether as a nation, given our mentions that our, even though we're spending more GDP, I'm going to really shoulder 8% GDP and there is much of Asia, we're not delivering. And I just thought, I don't know who's going to answer the I guess the voting team, I do wonder what actually we're doing as a nation to try and address our delivery. Because our capacity to deliver, even though we're spending more GDP, is one is the road that's deservedly more expensive, and we are way behind.
It's a culture.
General question, I guess. Well, there's a challenge for us all, but
Yeah, opening the floor. All right, we can set that reading up.
And request. So we have some no and request. Just request, required.
because
You just bring it up and share. You can put a council remuneration based on what this. Similar. Explanation.
Request a workshop and report.
Aye.
All right, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Opposed, councillor Tupper, councillor Court, abstention. Motion is carried. Item 7.3 on page 210. Recommendation has been received our submissions to the legislation retrospectively. Deputy Minister for the seconder. Aye. Councillor Rakina, Deputy Minister for. Right. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Marco. We did raise an inquiry directly at the duties where indeed were emailed about what is the process that we have in this council to write and include submissions that fall outside of the community calendar. And very helpfully included that in the third bullet point down on page 210 in the absence of a specific delegation for the committee and or regulation of the authority by council by default the delegation of first council commission by legislation or to the chief executive. I was a little surprised that we don't have a policy. We always have historically that on the and the rest of us that missed that. I think it's important to develop that policy to be the first framework moving forward to the avoidance of doubt. That's my need. Thank you.
If being noted, we'll find it out. In words, we'll just talk about. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. Councillor Court abstains. Item 7.4, page 236. Open resolutions, we just start.
I'm happy to know that it's
Moved by Councillor Court. Councillor Boyd. Councillor Court.
my same kind of observations that I made is that the agenda previewing, okay, the list is getting a little long. And we really do need to get some action on some of these. But specifically, my question relates to resolution 2022/94 at the bottom of page 237 on the agenda in relation to the terms of the stormwater catchment. And I did send an email to council asking to clarify and set today the meeting, but I haven't got it yet. So my concern is that this was an incredibly expensive project. And the comment on the 28th of May will be considered in the next LPP, but it's not in the LPP. So my question was, are we talking about 2028 or did we miss it?
Chief Executive Holwood, if you could direct us to staff who can respond to that.
We can, Tony Proctor, Head of Infrastructure, to comment.
Melina Koto through the chair. We missed it in the timing of it. So some initial works have been done. When we use the criteria of projects that would be deliverable over the next 3 years, it won't make that. So, sorry, we didn't miss it completely as an oversight. We missed it in this year's long-term plan because it wasn't ready. So we will spend the next couple of years working on a detailed design and looking to how we could construct that in our next LTP.
Another question, if I may. Given the substantial development that's occurring next door as part of the Oak Ridge redevelopment, does deferring this project impose a significant risk the flooding on that asset.
I don't know enough to know. We would need to model that to understand the possible implications, to know whether it will have such an effect.
My concern, Marco, is that we have a multi-million-dollar asset now that's sitting in council's hands, that we've received a report that's telling us is at risk from flooding. It's expensive. I acknowledge that's an eye-watering sum. Waiting 3 years gives me concern. So I would appreciate if we could have some more detailed report come to council. And it may be that we need to do an amendment to the LPP. We may not, but I just don't have the information to know at this point. So
that creates it, please. Councillor Foy.
In terms of the current item, the matters that I'll continue to bring up every meeting, the same things you'll anticipate. Housing strategy, option analysis. There isn't a date here for about when that will be actioned, when that will be delivered. There's no date here in the resolution. And also there's no milestones about deliverables as part of that housing strategy. That's on page 245. On page 246 and 245, the divestment for housing for the elderly. The wording of the title says investment for housing for the elderly. The title should be divestment for housing for the elderly. And says project planning progressing with work on land, but there's no date there. Also progressing milestones and updates to elected members. And my understanding is that the portfolio holders have been updated, but not any emails to elected members to update them, and also no updates about when we'll be getting information. And yet today we're making decisions on the Capital Works program in absence of that information. Someone want to comment on, and I'll bring this up every single meeting.
Chief Executive Holroyd. Don't have any update, but this is our head of strategy. Also, strategy have a comment.
Just on both those questions, just through the chairs. So the housing, sorry for the housing strategy. I'll just give me some time. I'll do a little bit of hunting down on that. I do know we have an interim action plan that we are actually executing at the moment. That's underway, and we are due an update on the housing strategy. Housing for the elderly, it is in progress. We just haven't had a chance to get it back yet. We do have a first report coming out, as we promised, on the assessment of the properties, which is due to the elected members shortly. We're just getting a legal review of that report at the moment. We put it out. So as we communicated, we're doing a case-by-case, property-by-property assessment to come back to whether we can divest those properties or whether there's some work to be done on divestment of those properties individually.
Sorry, Guy, there wasn't a response here about a date, like a month or a timeline in any way, even you'll get back to me within a week about a date, so that I don't have to keep asking about when the date is. Just tell me when the date is, I'll stop asking.
The date on the...
A date about when the information will be provided for both those matters.
Okay.
I will ask staff to set a date for an update report and advice.
We've set a date. It was 2 years ago. We must set a date.
We're now in June.
Yeah, so just
we won't let it come through next annual plan. So get cracking.
Yeah. So just
throw
throw
a workshop out for us, and we'll take it.
Yeah.
Any other members want to speak to the open resolution? We'll put it to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Court. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, any abstentions? That is carried.
Yes.
we could just put that up on that screen, please. We're going back to our Capital Works Program Amendments paper 6.1 on page 17. And I'm going to ask staff to put on screen what the ultimate resolution is that Councillor Foy, that we're going to take piece by piece, sorry.
Yeah.
I can just tell you.
Yeah, it's coming up. Can I have the point of clarification? All my original agenda, and I've just had another copy dropped in front of me. Are they exactly the same?
My understanding is yes, but if I can get confirmation that this is the same as our original agenda. It's just it was missed for our new
And it also includes just the mechanism of rating.
rating mechanism.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, and I will let me just bring this. No, we're going to do it line by line.
So, a
We approve the following, and I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we go to the chat.
Actually, what I'm going to do is call for a 25-minute break until 11:30. In that time, if staff could please print these amendments to put them across councillors' noses, faces, eyes, across their eyes, so that they can have a look at them and take it in before we go into debate and voting. And if we could please pause the live stream for 25-minute break. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back to our council meeting. I'll just ask us that to item on the screen.
Oh, making a good play. And help myself.
Else is text you. I intend to do these item by item, so I will move A, that we uplift the confirmation of capital program amendments for the 24-27 LTP report, and B, approve the capital budget reforecast of $6.7 million across 2 years for capital projects. And that will change based off those, but I'll just move A and B together like I should a seconder. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that's carried. I now plan to take C and each number separately, as separate items. So C, approve the following. C1, $80,000 for Kaitaia Skate Park to be completed in year 1. If I could get a move for that. Moved by Councillor Foy, seconder. Councillor Alkia Harawira. Councillor Foy, I'll ask you to speak to the proposal.
Thank you. The $80,000 relates to the existing work that's being undertaken at the skate park at the moment. There's existing renewal funds. Stonecraft is currently undertaking the work, except that they couldn't complete the job with the things that our community had highlighted they wanted to have in there for our tamariki without having this additional parts that I've tabled here today. There's been a quote cabled the project manager, staff within district facilities, namely our head of infrastructure strategy is aware of this amount of funding and what it's for, and this will allow basically the Kaitaia Skate Park to be funded from the ward money to be completed and for the work to carry on, which has been undertaken right at this time.
Councillor Kia Harawira. I have a question for staff, please. Chief Executive Holroyd. In our last long-term plan, we put across funding for both a and a Moerewa pump track, I think it was. That has been moved out because it wasn't planned, it wasn't sufficient funding. Can I just ask staff where this project is at and how, while I don't want to vote down something that's already voted, can I just get understanding from staff whether or not this is going to be feasible for completion and the feasibility of this amendment proposal?
The work can be completed, just need funding to finish the work. The previous skate parks didn't have any, pump tracks didn't have any land to progress.
Thank you. So my understanding is for our pump track here in Kaikui, I use Kaikui because I was more familiar with it in the community. We had initially 80,000 in our long-term plan. For some reason, some staff member, I don't know who or why or what, said actually you only need 60, let's make it 120 and share it across Moerewa and Kaikui, and you can both get pump tracks. Lo and behold, that's nowhere near enough money to build a pump track. So it got put on ice and required extra funding that we were looking to this long-term plan to achieve. This long-term plan comes around and it's not a normal long-term plan, it's only 3 years and it's a recovery budget one. And so one of those ones you kind of just swallow and know we're going to push it out, but in 4 or 5 years' time, back to the table, we're in a better economic position and in a better climate, and that's when the tamariki of Kaikohe and of Moerewa will get their pump tracks and we'll push it through that way. So that's I guess that background about, where we're at and how things are in the current climate is why I'm a little bit nervous about this proposal to bring in 80,000, because it's kind of like putting me on the spot that if I don't vote for this, then the tamariki of Kaitaia are going to be incredibly disappointed in me, but I'm playing the rules of the game that we're in for this long-term or the tamariki of Kaikohe and of Moerewa for those specific country projects. I didn't try and sneak it in at the last minute to get this extra funding. I left it as it was, knowing that this is not a usual long-term plan, and some of these nice to haves that we want to get in there just can't. So I'm a little bit conflicted, to be honest. At the same time, I'm always like, oh, why didn't I just play the game and just chuck up all these extra things? So I don't know where I'm sitting, but maybe in the wider podcast we can try to convince me otherwise. But yeah, just I'm conflicted over this. Councillor Hawke and Deputy Strickland.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I feel a little bit the same because everybody in this room will be aware of the financial challenges that we faced at Te Pua Waitangi. And I have consistently said I will not come back to the ratepayers and ask for $1 more. Cut our cloth and cut our cloth and cut our cloth. So we now have a 3/4 finished facility. And here I'm looking at, and the problem that I have, Your Worship, is taking them individually is the cumulative impact. So we have $80,000 at 1, $50,000 at 2, $40,000 at 3, $220,000 at 4. Now I'm making the assumption these are all award rates. I was just going to grab my calculator out to add all that up, and then I spilled my tea, so I'm not there yet. But it's over $1 million. What does the cumulative impact of that look like on the award rate for people of Tahako? I think we need to know that information in advance. And I'm just a little bit concerned that this amendment is so heavily weighted in Tahako, and I'm not sure that this is representative of district equity, which is what I'm concerned about when I sit here today when we're on a recovery of TP. Thank you.
Ms. Stratford.
I've just been trying to get through the Te Community Board strategic plan because I've been assured that these items are in their strategic plan. However, they're not listed as items raised in the long-term plan. So we're on Paetai Skate Park. I think that it needs to go through a different process to get this funding from us, like a report telling us about the project, what the money is going to be spent on and how it be rated rather than through the LTP. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Gardner.
Thank you, Miyoko. The Skatepark Park, the renewals money was allocated to the contractor, and last year, I think it was sometime. However, when it was allocated to the contractor, there was no scoping done of the renewals for the park. They had to go out and get a plan done and consult with the community as to what they wanted and prepared. So the design was all drawn up and components of the design, but in the meantime, costs have gone up hugely from that time when they went out of control. And that's the reason they're in the middle of doing the upgrade now, and there's 4 components of this particular design that are not able to be delivered because there's no funding, not enough funding that was given in the renewal bucket for this project.
Thank you for that, Chair Gardner.
Thank you.
We'll go to Councillor Research.
Yeah, this whole thing actually disturbed me. I'm just looking at it right now. I don't have enough information to make a good decision. And what we can do, a staff report would be great. I want to know what the impact on rates. I'm told it's a award rate, and that's fine, but there's still an impact on the ratepayers of the far north. I don't know the complete cost. It is really poor decision making to make something so quick at a time like this when we've been sitting around here going through this process for quite a while. So, and that goes for most of these items that are listed here. So, while it may be a great project, while it may be looked at, I'd far rather time be done so that questions can be answered. I don't know, a lot of things actually difficult to find. But I don't support this one we're looking at.
If you, Councillor Floyd, right of reply.
Thank you. I'll just ask our staff about the ward rate and how the differences in the current ward rate. This proposal will not affect the general rate. It's specifically, as Councillor Ford has highlighted, from the Te Huku ward. We have the lowest ward rate out of all of the wards. And in terms of the cumulative effect, I'll just draw your attention on page 17 to $1,035,000 there for the Paihia waterfront improvements. Just like that Paihia improvement project there, these projects have been scoped many years before, and the community board, yes, Councillor Stratford is right, it's included in their strategic plan. But when the community board had their workshop about including all these items in the long-term plan, which was, I would say, a year ago, our staff attended 2 staff, and the community board did include these projects, except they haven't been included as in a line item in here because elected members can't include them in this table without the staff doing it. And although it was highlighted, not being a surprise, not last minute, that they weren't included because it wasn't detailed that they were scoped. But they have been scoped. In fact, number 1 is already being delivered for the skate park. And what will actually happen if this isn't supported today is the project will finish, we won't be able to complete the project at all, and it will cost more money because we will have to do procurement again, we have to get the contractors on site to do site establishment, and over time those costs will go up. The Te Huku community is willing to pay this. This is a key site in the middle of our green space for Kaitaia, and we want to ensure that this project is completed for our tamariki to be put onto the ward rate. And it won't have any material difference on any of the other ward. And I'm not sure if you've got those ward rate figures there that I have requested, but that can demonstrate how much less the ward rate is for Te Huku currently.
I'll just ask you to direct all members, reminder that you direct questions to our Chief Executive, not the staff, and the Chief Executive will reach out to the staff.
I'll ask our head of corporate services to comment on that. I'm not sure the staff had sufficient time to actually look at detail of what.
Through the chair. Thank you, Guy. So the targeted rate differential for Te Huku was 32.60. By contrast to Bay of Islands, Whangaroa is 456.10, and Kaikohe Hokianga is 565.60. Modelling on this is that the increased cost on a capital only basis, not considering OPEX, be less than $1.
Sorry, can you say that again? How much?
Less than $1 on the CapEx. Or which rate? 432.60.
To be 460.
$1 per ratepayer.
On the
And the Te Huku. Right, the right of reply has been given. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Against.
We have Councillor Fort, Councillor McNally, Councillor Research, Councillor Burge against.
And
Councillor, sorry, we'll do a vote by division. I'm in favour. Ms. Shepherd, Councillor McCall,
Against.
Councillor Foy,
For.
Councillor Hauki Haramida, Councillor Kappa,
Support.
Councillor Pliskovic,
I'm in favour.
Councillor McNally,
I'll abstain. Thanks.
Councillor Radich is against, Councillor Akina,
Abstain.
Councillor Research, against. You can click that so I can see where it went. The motion is carried. We'll now go to C2, which is 500,000 for the Taupo waterfront in year 1. I need a move for this.
Should we move both of them the same?
We'll go C2 and 3. Sorry, please, Emily. I'll need a move for these.
Right.
Moved by Councillor. Second,
Second, yes, Benitawi.
Councillor Pliskovic. Councillor Hauki.
I'd like to ask Adele Gardner to talk about this because she's had a longer involvement with it than me, and then I'll speak if that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Our community board has been working on this project now for the last 3 to 4 years. It's in our strategic plan. And we've done a lot of the consultation, we've had plans drawn up for this area. And it's on stage approach, and we're still doing consultation with the iwi and community of that area. And the first 500k in the first year would be for the playground on the waterfront, and the second year would be for the waterfront tour for footpaths and proper nice looking, because there's some work being done, and it's a shame to have stopped, because if we stop, it could take another 5 to 10 years to do the work. And that's one of the areas, one of our key destinations in Northland where people go to. So that's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Councillor Pliskovic.
Kia ora tātou, Morena. I support the tautoko of the motion. Thank you very much, Adele, for sharing some context around that. Taipa, also known as Ikatiriti, it's a very special place for the people of the north. It was the home to Uncle Hector Busby, and also it's a significant a place of significance for all the iwi in the north, because that is the location where many of the waka came ashore. So Adele, I know that you'll take into consideration all the discussions from local whānau and people within the community. It's a lovely community, and I'm glad that it's getting the facelift that it so desperately needs along the beach there. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've had 3 speakers in favour, so I'll ask for I've got Councillor Court next to my list. Are you speaking against the motion, Councillor?
And me too.
So we'll go to Councillor Court, and in understanding orders we can go for another speaker in favour. Otherwise, we'll take it to the vote. Councillor Court.
Before I speak, question for Charlie. I'm assuming this is ward rates also, so can you please tell me what the running total is for the Hiku ward rate by adding another $900,000 on at this point?
It's huge.
Yeah, 2 years, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Court. The modelling that we've done is on a general rate, which is at 12 cents for every 100,000 of land value, so $1.20 on another.
So a general rate for this one.
Correct.
Not a ward rate.
Well, it's rated.
We're treating it like the playground through the chair side.
So can I have a little bit of we've got members saying ward rate and we've got staff saying general rate?
The modelling that we've done is apply consistent treatment with the PIHEA facility, which was treated as a general rate. So that's the number crunching that's been done so far.
And what was the differential, sorry, the additional?
12 cents.
12 cents per $100,000 of land value. Do you know what? We're trying to make up, all this information needs to be in the bloody paper for me to read.
Yeah, cool.
If you can continue.
This is my issue with items coming to us at the 11th hour, and we put under the pump to make a decision. We have no policy around this. So we have at item 7 that the PIHEA project be paid for by ward rates, and staff are applying a 12 cents per 100,000 K land value on the Taipa project for consistency. But if we vote on that and it gets down to 8, and everybody decides that should be a ward rate, that's not consistent. So we need clear policy on how these projects are going to be funded. So we're not sitting here understanding orders. You've got one opportunity to speak and have an inconsistent decision making made. So that makes me very uncomfortable. Clearly, I'm not playing the game well enough. I should be coming in here right now saying I'm short of $1 million for Te Pua Waitinga, and I'd like that as well. Listen to me, that I need to up my game in this space. But I am concerned again, Your Worship, that this is a recovery LTP. That was the instruction we got from the and I can't have a lovely waterfront. I want to have a playground too. But we sat here, we got the rates down to 5% because we were concerned about the ability of the people in this district to pay their rates. We heard stories about people having to go to food banks. We heard stories about the economic and financial hardship. So we pruned this back to a bare bones LTP with no vanity projects on there at all. And now we're looking for an additional $900,000 for beautification and playgrounds. And I do appreciate its award rate, and I do appreciate that Te Huku pay less than everybody else. But there's still the Te Huku people that are going to be paying for this. And that is, I still haven't got the figures, Charlie, of what that would look like if it's just award rate. But based on the $80,000 for the Kaitaia skateboard park, raise the award rate by $1, this is probably going to raise the award rates by about $15. I don't know what the petition is.
Start calculating as we speak. So
Yeah. And that might not sound like very much. But if you can't feed your children or other children will pay your bills, that is a lot.
Just for clarification from Charlie, so your calculations, the assumption is that all these projects are being funded by debt, is that correct? So the impact on rates is interest and other costs, but it is being funded by debt.
Any depreciation, that's also.
So my just observation that council should be cognizant of that in the decision that this is more debt for the district.
I just, in closing, I'm just a little bit concerned that everybody else in the district is facing this. We've really cut back. We've taken all the playgrounds and nice to haves out. And at the 11th hour, we've been asked for, if you add an item for $1.2 million of additional capital expenditure. And that should be of concern to everybody at the table.
Right. The change of order will allow members to speak. So we've got Deputy Mayor Sherford, Councillor Lucic, then Councillor McNally.
I was actually like, I'll start off in support. But I am going to say that placemaking is great for bringing communities and people together and addressing infrastructure deficits in an area. And I have been to a couple of hui in Taipa. So I do acknowledge the want and the need of what they're trying to address there. But we did make a informed decision to push this out because we were trying to work hard to reduce the rates for this district for this financial year. And we've tasked the CE and his staff to reduce rates in year 2 and 3. So I don't see how including these in year 1 and 2 are going to assist the team in keeping the rates down for year 2. We can't keep adding these capital projects. We've already felt the burden of the EZO projects and the PGFs, the impact on people's rates over the last 2 years has been so significant because we completed some projects. And I'm not confident that apart from the Te Huku Community Board strategic plan that raises these, there's no other submissions on this. So I feel strongly that we have, that we would be taking something that hasn't been raised by members of the public, that's just not ethically right. And the plan that we consulted on, this document that went out, they were sitting in year 3. They weren't in here. So I feel, and there's also a number of items in other community board strategic plans that we made a informed decision on and said sorry to them and thanked them for doing their submission, but and doing their plan. But unless we find some magic money that's not from ratepayers, we need to hold it where it is. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucic, then Councillor McNally.
Again, thank you, Kelly. Again, 100% agree with what one of the two previous speakers have said. And between those three items at the top, it's almost $1 million we add into the debt, and when I look below, there's several more $1 million we're going to add. Again, we don't have the information here. We had a plan. I know the Kaikoura and Community Board was excited coming up with this. They've gone and sat down and they worked through what was the priority, and we took it on the chin, didn't we, to try and get those rates down. And rates was the number one issue that many ratepayers have. I don't like process that suddenly at the round the table becomes a bit of a lolly scramble, and this is what it appears like, so I can't support that. I love Type R, and I love Type R waterfront, and I'd like to see that being done, but I think we can, but not this approach. So I'm against it.
Councillor McNally, then Councillor Radich, then Councillor Foy. Councillor McNally.
No supporting information to substantiate the figures. Can't support it.
Kia ora. Councillor Radich.
Yeah, fully could support what Kelly just said. Dead right, it'll put a hell of a burden on us ratepayers if it was ward rated in the Te Hika group. Just crazy. Thank you.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you. Well, I'll just ask my fellow elected members to look at the piece of paper in front of them. Items number 6, 7, items number 5 and 6, are both proposals to reduce spending. Namely, number 5 about depreciation, which will reduce rates across the district by another 0.5%. I am proposing that we spend this money to give effect to the ward planning of the last 4 years as a number one proposal from our community board. I feel really sad for our community that the staff did not include this in the project, even though it was the number one project that Hapu, our kura, and everyone in Doubtless Bay has highlighted. Our placemaking team have come up to Taipa a number of times, and this is the key project that they have been working on as well. Councillor Stratford is right. She's come to the hui about this. This is not a new project. It's spatially planned by a landscape architect. The maps, there's a number of them. So it's actually been detailed, the analysis to give effect to this. And further to that, our placemaking team are there to give effect to it. So what I wanted to raise is that this sheet here as a collective will actually be less than our current rates that have been proposed. And yes, we are cutting our cloth. And yes, I proposed other proposals within the scope of this piece of paper to reduce that cost. Overall, ratepayers will be paying less based on these current motions. And why do people move to our district? Because of our stunning beaches. Te Kuoteka, the tail of the fish, 20 beaches within 20 minutes. And I can tell you now, Doubtless Bay will be really happy, and they've been waiting for years for this, for Taipa. And Hilda has been working hard with our hapu, and we've got online there Penatoi Kleskovic. He knows that the community have been wanting to do this work for years. We have done the background work, we have done the scoping. The proposals that we've got here will not result in a higher overall rate stake, and this will enable all of the mahi that has been done for the community to give effect to that in a key space that will ensure that people use that infrastructure, and also will add on to the tourism infrastructure funding, which has been secured and has been delivered currently now within this financial year. In closing, this is not something that is a surprise, but the staff did not include it as part of the workshops, and that is frustrating that that wasn't included. Taipa is getting their waterfront here in year one, up to the tune of $1 million. Taipa should be given that opportunity too, because we've done the work and it should be delivered for our people. Namahi.
Kai kani ra hau kia harawiri ko koe te kai mōtini he kore pai mua I te hapuna me te tuku kia pōti hia tēnei.
Ai, kia ora. Aloha mai. E te kāna a ngā kaikaunihira kāre anō tēnei kia tino puta mai I roto I ngā kōrero ngā tuhinga. I can only apologise that this didn't really come forward, even though it's been at the front of the community board planning for a while. I've only been involved in the last year and have been to a number of meetings, and one of them was at Taipa College, where they had a special group that talked about what they wanted to see happening for young people in the area. And they said something similar to the Awanui Park, that they don't have a park in Taipa. They've got the beach, but anyhow, they wanted to have facilities. And I think Matakaireri, the local hapu there, have, this is about step 4 of about eight tasks that they have on their plan. And so I just like to tautoko, that's what the community asked for, and that's my job, is just to listen. And there's also, been input from people who are concerned about beach erosion and, the need to have dune planting to hold the banks in the last big tide. There was quite a change in the dunes there. So tautoko tira, I do apologise that it didn't come. I have to say it's because they had the locals also had the confidence that they were working with another staff member in the last year, and then when that staff member changed over, I think it sort of it lost its, it didn't lose its way, but the focus wasn't sort of maintained. So hoinga no mō tira, but just to say the young people of Taipa said they don't have any things there. I'd say I got the beach, but they want to see playthings for kids. Hoinga. And I still have lots of great ideas about further savings, but I'm not looking at HET, housing for the elderly, but I'll save mine for item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that to the vote. Can I have the vote by the motion?
I'm no longer clear if this is ward rates or general rate. Can we get clarification on this before we vote?
Chief Executive Polwarth.
My understanding is staff are trying to promote a consistency of application, and to date, here has been treated as a general rate, so there were treating Taipa the same way. Unless we have instruction, I presume, from elected members to do otherwise, but I presume there is an accounting policy behind that method.
If I could have vote by the motion, please. I am against Deputy Mayor Strickford. Councillor
Again.
Councillor Hoy.
For.
Councillor Halkia Hanuida.
Aye.
Councillor Kapa.
Aye.
Councillor Kleskovic.
Aye.
Councillor McNally. Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Naki.
Against.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
Now go to C4, which is $220,000 for the Mangok toilet.
Yes, this is the Kaikaga area, I believe. So is it going to be ward rate or is it going to be general rates? That's the confusion we have.
Chief Executive Polwarth, toilets ward rated or general rated?
And I've checked which ward it was, Teku ward.
I think maybe we'll just go into
Sorry, it's me, I'm the chair of this meeting, so I will direct the questions and responses as I see, but you're welcome to challenge me next year though. Chief Executive Polwarth, if you could get a response for us.
I'll ask our Head of Corporate Services, Charlie Billington, to clarify the policy on ratings implications for.
Chair, Guy, this would be award rated, which for Te Huku is estimated at being We'll have that information shortly.
I'm sorry, did you say for Te Hiku? Because I had always thought that Mangamoka Village was in Kaikohe, Hokianga. Can somebody go on our council's website onto that? What is my subdivision link and type in the coordinates of the toilet and check for that for us? But anyway, it hasn't been put to the table. Can I get a mover for this, please? Councillor Haruki-Haruira and a seconder.
Aye, Penetahi Kleskiewicz.
While staff are looking up to get any clarification, I'll continue. Kia
ora, last year, Anei, he pikitia o te wharepaku ki Mangamoka. Does it need renewal? So this morning, we just, on our way here, we took a photo. These two, kia ora, says it all. So in 2022, the whānau of Mangamoka put forward a plan and identified a number of things they wanted for Mangamoka, and a renewal of the wharepaku. It's a renewal.
No mahia koe I kapua I tau hakahua?
Tēnei rā. Tēnei atanei, I bua te tainga mai o ki konei. So they asked for a renewal, and anyhow, the long and the short of it is, in September, I canvassed with people in the Māori wards that don't go to community board hui, sorry. You know, what do you want to see in the long-term plan? In September, that came up again was the wharepaku. And so since then, had some very vigorous debates with the local in the hapu there. There's 3 or 4 hapu there. But also, and they didn't want another wharepaku on top of Maunga Taniwha. They were happy with it being down the bottom. And what was the other thing? God, sorry, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I've overwhelmed myself. Yeah, so it was a renewal brought up in 2022. It was raised again in 2023 to remind us that it should be on the LTP plan. And so I've been in kōrero with, email trails with NZTA and the hapu and ourselves to say, council staff, to say, we are waiting for the opening of Mangamoka Gorge, which is expected to be around December this year. Could NZTA pick up some of the renewal works that were put in the Mangamoka plan in 2022, which was fixing up bits of the road outside the shop, having a pedestrian crossing, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Could they come to the party, and we would, and our role would be to renew the toilet. So where do we get the money from? So I'd like to suggest, and because I have said this in emails before, 1, it's a renewal. 2, it's necessary. It's going to be one of our main sort of highways. That we reduce the money on fleet. The council fleet, it's 480,000. If you just reduce that and only get one or 2 cars this year, then we should be able to afford the toilet. I don't mind, but that's my kōrero about Mangamoka. They're out of date. I've seen similar toilets at Lake Manuai and others, and the ones that's at Waipapa, you know, this is not fit for a state highway. That's all. Kia ora. We need to pull our weight.
Yes.
Okay, go just like our head of infrastructure, Tony Proctor, to comment on this project.
Can you please, within your commentary for this, because I previously said on the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board, which funded a township master plan to line up instead of replacing 2 long drops with 1 long drop, which is what we previously we're looking to do with our renewals funding. It was to try set up the whole town for success for external funding providers like the tourism infrastructure funding rounds, by having all the plans in place so that we wouldn't have to share this cost just alone, but could share it out across other funders. Can you comment as to the timing of why Mangamuka Toilets was pushed out and the likelihood of being able to access other funders so that we're not taking on the full cost and the operational costs alone? The operational will always be on us, but the capital alone.
To you, Mayor Moko, I can't answer the investigation about co-funding. The master plan has been worked on in Mangamuka, and so the reason that it was moved out was to allow time to consider that master plan.
Would you say this is a prime candidate for something that could go up for TIF or RIF or any number of other funding?
Yes, any number of other funding sources given its location.
But it was moved out to allow.
It was moved out to allow Hapu to have that master plan and decide where they wanted things to go. With the reopening of the gorge plan for this year, it has come back to the table about actually do we ensure that we have a new toilet by the time the gorge opens. So I've spoken to Matua Cyril this week about the toilet going back into the existing location with 2 pans, and we have.
Is it a flush toilet or a wash?
It might likely still be a long drop. We will work through that with Matua Cyril about what they look like. It depends on how much land is available at the moment. We have a license to occupy for a like same size, which would mean only a long drop.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stratford, then Councillor Research.
Because this is a renewal of an existing asset, I'm actually going to support this in the hopes that it will be co-funded or replaced before the gorge opens. And if it's not done, it gets pushed out. Yeah, kia ora.
Councillor Research.
Thank you. The Kaikauri Community Board, you correct, Mayor, put 20,000 into Mangamuka. That's why I asked whether it was an area of fund. Split right the two. And they did a master plan. And in that master plan, they looked at shifting the toilet, they looked at having a proper toilet, they looked at Wi-Fi, they looked at several things there. And I would be disturbed if you actually upset their plans by putting another log drop in the current location. That's not what they want. You actually have to look at their plan and listen to them. They presented to this council when we first started and said, please remember us. I think doing this sort of knee-jerk reaction is not listening to them. And it's bad process, as I said before, and bad decision-making results. So while I support Mangamuka 100%, and I want to see it happen, I can't support this resolution because I want their plan to go ahead. And so I'd rather we leave that, look for the TIF funding and achieve something that fits. And you might find that in actual fact it ends up in the Hokianga area because that's where they want to shift it, I understand. But look, they've got a plan, not me. I would say do your decision making correctly. And if I can't support it, sorry. Just state it on this form.
Okay. According to our final maps, that Mangamuka Village is absolutely within the Kaikoui Hokianga Award, so I would need clarification on whether you still plan to the Heku Award rate it or if it will be Kaikoui Hokianga.
It is.
Councillor Kapa.
Kia ora inga. Te kōrero e puta mai ana I roto I ngā kōrero katoa. E titirana te iwi na te hapu I kona ki tētahi e tirohanga nui mo te nuinga o Mangamuka, e hara mo te whare paku anaki. Tūroa, Kena ka tū te tahi whare ataho, ka whai tono. Raku hia ngā wāhi tika te mea e kōrahi matua ka tīmata āmuri e akatika ngā mōa o te mangamuka. Rera ke au, ngā kōrero e ngarwana I kone e time frame, ake te time frame pēra ka tautoko I. Nā pore tātou e tautoko I aia nei, ka tuka kia hoki muri, ngani here hia I ngā kōrero e whāna, e hake te tino time frame kia taia tēne mahi kia oti mō te hawhu o mongo.
Te ka tautoko nei o whakaaro. Councillor Floyd.
I'll just ask the staff to bring up that photo of the toilets again. If you've got that there.
Get some PD kits to clean it up.
So yes, we did visit these wharepaku on the way down, and as you can see, yeah, they are in need of replacement. And there's renewals funding, but also I think that the staff have highlighted what's realistic. Sometimes we draw plans that aren't realistic, as you know, like what's been brought up about the township plan. We need a legal mechanism in order to make things real, and our staff have highlighted that we have an existing licence to occupy that is a legal instrument that we can place that asset there. We don't have the land, we can't make these other opportunities real without that security and tenure, which is why I agree that, yes, we should make it happen for Mangamuka, which is why, yes, I agree that the existing location, existing licence to occupy is the correct mechanism to do this now. And what I see is the community wanting things done. And unfortunately, we have a whole lot of strategies and a whole lot of ideas that never become real because they're not scoped to be realistic, and they're not done in a time frame and allowing the financial mechanisms, scoping mechanisms to make them real. So thank you to our staff for bringing those matters to our attention. I 100% support that Mangamuka deserves their toilets to be replaced with a new dry bulb toilet, and it has been that way for many, many years. And those of us from Tiku that go between at the moment the 2-hour drive between Kaitaia and Kaikohe, we use those toilets, and our visitors who will soon be going through Mangamuka deserve better, and so do our both our Kaikohe and Tiku residents have wanted this upgrade for a long time.
Those are a good question. If you could direct it accordingly, Chief Executive Forward. Will 220k get accessible toilets? That was one of the main things raised, that the current toilets are not accessible if you are in a wheelchair.
Sure, I'll ask head of infrastructure.
Yes, it will have an accessible toilet in it.
I've got Councillor Rakina, then Councillor Fiskevich, Councillor Rakina.
Can we put that photo back up on the screen? I'm sure everyone's loving it. Acknowledge the photographer as well. How much? Put your hand up if you would sit on there.
I do. It's not fine. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased.
Ka hoki atu mahara ki taua hui I tuai te hui witonga nei. Nā tatu mai te koatu taka, te uri māhui, te uri kōpura, ka mutu ko ngā hapu e noho nei ki raro I a maunga tani whako. Cyril Chapman ma. Nā ko tarātau hihia, I roto I te mahere rautaki mo Mangamuka, I noho tahi rātou ki a Arco Design. I whakawhariki hia e rātou, wa rātou hihia, wa rātou mana. Kaua mo ngā tau e rua, e rima, te kauraini, engari mo te wāwa, mo te huarahi, haere ake nei mua tātai tamariki mokopuna. Tua atu I tēnā, I aro rātou ki tā rātou I hihia, kia hakatu I te tahi poka pū. Ko te tēmanakua te poka pū, kia tōtō mai ngā tūrihi, ngā iwi katoa kia tū ki roto I a mga muka tā te mea moio pūana tātou, me mea ka noho te tangata ki tētahi wāhi ki tētahi taone ko tā rātou hihia, he hoko kai, he hoko rawa, he hoko aharaini ki roto I tērā poka pū. Ko te pai mō tēnā, ka haka tūmahi, ka whai rawa e rā poka pū pēnei I a mga muka. Ana kore take ana pe mehe mea ka noho mai koe nei heke tua ki roto I a mga muka, kore kai he wāhi tuku para mo te hunga whaikaha, te hunga hauwā raini, no reira ka aroha ki a rātou, ka aroha hoki ki ngā kaumātua, ka aroha mo te hunga mehe mea patere pai ana te ua, e āwha ana, kore kai he wāhi tino haumaru mā rātou, no reira, ko tāku nei hiana ki te tautoko, tāpiri atu ki tēnā, mea ka ātaha kāro au kei hia ngā wāhi whare paku nei, whare tiko, whare mimi, tuati a mga muka kāro au ki a o kaihau, tōna rua tikau miniti te tawhiti, ka titiro ake au ki Mangonui Owai, tōna tikau marima miniti te tawhiti, ka oro ki te hiku tōna rua tikau, tore tikau pia miniti te tawhiti. Wai, kei awai te mana e pupuri I wa rātou taonga ki roto I a rātou anō. No rere tautoko ana, ko te mea nui kia tautoko I te mahere rautaki I puta I a Siroma, kia kawe hakatu te tahi wāhi tare, kore whaku pēnei me wēnei, kia hakatu I te tahi mea kaunga, te tahi wāhi hei pai mo te noho I te wāna, ne? Tōna no take, kia ora.
So, Councillor Pliskovic.
Kia ora, tēnā koe moko. Look, it sounds as if I'm hearing from some of the other fellow councillors they've never been bursting at the button to use the toilet while they were heading north. Well, I think just for me, the Mangamuka toilet's the only public restroom available in the area along the highway, and it's a crucial facility for travellers, tourists, and the current condition of the photo that doesn't meet the standards that us as a council should uphold for our public amenities, especially on a significant route. And any upgrade won't only just enhance comfort and convenience for people that are travelling, but also improves the overall image and appeal of that place, in particular Mangamuka, the home of the Ngāpuhi marae, one of the paramount maraes in all of the north. So understanding everyone's points, but also the importance of having clean and accessible restrooms becomes clear when you consider the experience of people who rely on those facilities for basic needs during their journey. It's a pretty shitty situation, pardon the pun, and there's actually there's a lot of long drops that I've seen that are a lot better than that. So, look, investing 220k, it is a lot of money, but in upgrading the toilet, it's an investment in the public health and safety, and also the well-being of us and anyone in the region. It demonstrates our commitment to providing those services and maintaining a high standard for any infrastructure that supports both the locals and visitors alike. So, kia ora.
Chair Atkin.
Kia ora. I just wanted to speak about the condition of the toilet and ask what the maintenance schedule is for that toilet, because it appears to me that it hasn't been regularly maintained, and whose responsibility is that? And perhaps if it was maintained to a better standard and regularly, we wouldn't be looking at such a photo. The other thing is that, as a question is, and I may have missed it, does $220,000 give Mangamuka a flush toilet or not? It doesn't, so...
Sorry.
Chief Executive Officer. Through you, Councillor, I'll refer that to Head of Infrastructure once again.
Me Moko, $220,000 gives us the opportunity to talk with Matua, Suru and Hapu about what that toilet looks like.
So just to finish off, I think that if it meant that they were going to get a flush toilet, then I'd be really happy for that to happen. If they were going to just get a flashed up long drop, then we should be looking at the maintenance of that one and making that one look a heck of a lot better.
Before we go to a right of reply, I will be speaking against the proposal here. You can take that picture down, thank you. I'm speaking against it because and not because I don't think that Mangamuka deserves a decent toilet, but because I think that if we push this through, then we are settling for less than the people of Mangamuka deserve, just because we want a quick win. There's a functioning toilet there. It's not accessible, but there are two functioning toilets there. They need a clean. This was pushed out on purpose because we spent $20,000 as a community board to allow the people of Mangamuka the opportunity, rather than us just coming in and replacing two long drops with one, which was the original proposal. I think there was only 37,000 originally put for in renewals to replace those. We said, no, you deserve more. You're also on the Araroa Trail. There are walkers, 4,000 walkers coming through that village on the Te Araroa Trail. There is, when the Mangamuka's open again, 2,200 vehicle movements that go through the area, whatever the number is. Mangamuka used to be a thriving community, and let's pay for a town centre master plan so that we can use that to not just us spend 220,000, but if we put that money up still, and we will, you get 50% of that from central government. So we'll have $440,000 to spend for this community. So I feel like we're trying to get a short-term gain, but it's going to be a pain for this community in the long term. And our staff are going to be here because they wanted to just do the renewal and get a ticket off the books. And we said no as a community board previously and said, tai hoa. We said, no, hang on. We are going to go longer for this because if we just keep going in and replace like for like and everything like that across our 173 public toilets that we own that own or maintain as a council and don't utilise the opportunities that they bring for better placemaking or to make other people pay for it, then we're going to go through this churn of always having the same thing. So I'm against this today, knowing that we are going to see new toilets for Mangamuka, just not in this LTP, but that we're going to gear it up for success in year one of the next LTP to still put in that quantum, but grab some more money from others to do something way better than just replacing toilets in Mangamuka. And on top of that, we'll still make sure we go clean bloody toilets, even if I'm going out there with Jeff and a scrub myself, just to clean it, because I think if it gets clean, to Chair Rudkin's point, if it gets clean and looks a little bit tidier and maybe a lick of paint, people will actually look after it better and it won't look in that sorry state that it's in now. So that's why I'm voting against this. But we'll go to Councillor Hauki Harawira for a right.
Kia ora, tai ngā kōrero, engari āhea ka mahi tēnei. This is substandard. And anyhow, I think I too tautoko the idea that it should be what the Mangamuka community wants, and I take Tanya Proctor's view that they want to decide what it looks like and where it goes, so I'm not really fussed about that. But I don't want to, hey, I'm an activist. I don't, but anyhow, how can I win land? There has to be a timeline. There can't be just another fob off on the grounds that they are ready to consult. Have had I think it's best that Tanya deal with the community and they'll let her know. And that should happen. And I'm sad that we're not coming, I agree, it's a speed thing. It's not going to be ready for the opening of the gorge. But Atu Tira, there needs to be a timeline like crikey, at least before June next year. And, it's not for me to make that call on behalf of the hapu either. So, waihotia me kōrero. But, I still put the motion up in here.
No. Right, and then if I could have the division up.
Yeah.
I think this is our longest item we've ever had.
I'm for. I need everybody.
Sorry, it's just technical. It's just Lily's not responding at the moment, but we can do that.
Councillor McNally.
Abstain.
Councillor Court.
Oppose.
Councillor Rakina. I'm staying. Stay. Stephen Stratford. I'm against. Councillor Vesich.
Against.
Councillor Halkett Haruira.
Take a call.
Councillor Kapa. Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Kliskovic.
Support.
Councillor Radic.
Against.
It has failed by one. Can we please note that can we just please note that what I would like to see, and this is for me and for our community boards, what I'd like to see is just note there a workshop on years 4 to 10 of our ghost LTP that we don't actually see in the book, but that are placeholder there for when we come back to the normal scope, just so we don't lose sight of that. If a note can be made somewhere
Like parties. Would this fall under board or general?
board rate.
Sorry.
Kaikohe Kia Anō board rate. We've got number 5 and our computer still crazy.
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Number 5 is that no depreciation is claimed for housing for the elderly. And should we move 5 and 6 together? Because they're together. 5 and 6, and that housing for the elderly funding for year 1 be reduced to 2 million, and funding for years 2 and 3 of housing for the elderly really not updated at the next complaint. And I've got it moved by Councillor Foy, if I could be the seconder. Councillor Haukia Haruira. You two tag teaming us today.
Yeah.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you. Can I just ask our CEO, if the staff can speak to this? This isn't a surprise to staff. I've already raised it, and particularly for number 6 about the scope of the capital works, so that they can get that narrative before I speak.
Through you, Kahika. So 2 issues here in terms of depreciation. I can understand the request to set aside depreciation given our investigations into the divestment of the housing for the elderly portfolio. However, it is subject to our accounting policies, and likewise that also impacts our spending. But I'll just ask our Head of Corporate Services, Charlie Billington, for some clarification on what flexibility we have in our policies around those 2 issues.
Through the chair, thank you, Guy. So the depreciation for housing for the elderly as a strategic asset is currently depreciated at 76%, as it's under a policy which is returning back to 100% by the end of this decade. So it is lower than normal currently, and it is increasing as it goes forward. I understand that we are able to remove depreciation on this. It will require a policy change which can be turned around, but it is feasible. and will also have an impact on the capital item as well. So when we're looking at the capital, by removing depreciation, it will remove an element of the impact of that capital on rates going forward.
So you're saying it could be prudent to go with these proposals in light of the fact that we are looking at
It's feasible that we can apply what's proposed.
Anything further, Councillor?
It's just on, because we're going with that, item 5 and 6, on item 6, the guy, Holroyd, if your capital works, the strategy can speak to the scoping of that and why I've proposed to reduce it to 2 million in year 1 and remove the funding in year 2 and 3 to be updated in the next annual plan to give context to wording of that, and why I've moved that is upon further information.
we can't hear Carol, our head of infrastructure, just to update us on plans for the
And through you, Mayor Morcor, the request for the $2 million would allow us to carry out the works on any units that are yet to meet healthy home standards for draft stopping. That's the only work that would be essential.
So, with the motion that I moved today, that was between the last workshop and this workshop. Item number 5, removing depreciation will actually further reduce our rates by 0.5%. So the staff haven't highlighted that. I'm not sure the exact amount as a percentage, but my understanding is it's between $600,000 and $700,000 of operational funding from rates a year. So that will further bring down our rates amount, not only for this year, but for the next 3 years. Further to that, number 6, the capital funding, that is allowing us to do the scoping so that any money that we spend from the capital works is on housing that we're keeping. So that through the divestment process, which we're currently undertaking with our staff, thank you to Guy for progressing this long outstanding matter, so that whoever we're divesting to is able to tell us which housing that they're looking at retaining and not changing the scope of that site at all. So that the money that we're spending is going into housing that won't change in the coming near future. So that means that we have reassurance that ratepayers' dollars are going into buildings that will not be demolished to have new housing built at that time, and they can have a staged approach about providing new housing for the elderly through that divestment process, and also leveraging of central government funding through the Ministry of Urban Housing and Development long-term leases. That will be a significant opportunity to our district.
Councillor Hauki, have a reason. Deputy Mayor Shepherd.
Just want to acknowledge the work that staff are doing on the housing for the elderly divestment, and Councillor Boyd for bringing these 2 items today. I support reducing the rates, but trying to maintain our levels of service, and I think that this is a good way of ensuring that can happen.
Councillor Court.
Question for Tony. You talked about the money would be enough to allow draft stopping. When we workshop the houses historically, and we've been shown some pictures, some of them are pretty grim, and some of them do not have accessible bathrooms. So I want some comfort, please, that we're still going to be a good landlord if we work through this process, and that the houses can be maintained to a level of service that meets the needs of our residents. Second thing that I want clarity on is, Charlie, you've talked about we would need to amend the policy, and I'm just wondering about what comes first, the horse or the cart. So do we resolve today not to collect depreciation and then subsequently amend our policy, or do we have a look at our policy first and that leads to an amendment not to charge depreciation. And I'm just wondering, in our enthusiasm to continue with getting the rates down, that we don't do something that potentially could have a financial or legal impact on us down the track. I do acknowledge Councillor Ford's frustration. She's been on this crusade for as long as she's been here, and it has taken a very long time. And I understand the desire to bring it to a head. But I just want those two questions answered first, please. First, will we still continue to be a good landlord and make money without tenant? And is this the correct process?
Through you, Kahika. As to council being a good landlord, absolutely we will continue to fulfil all of our obligations. That's why, despite reducing or potentially reducing our spend, we're still maintaining a budget for essential works, which will cover anything that has to be done. With regards to policy,
I think it is to cut your budget significantly, though, Chief Executive, or can you speak to the cuts? Because you're starting to put up a number that we agreed to in principle last week, and now we're looking today to cut that. Wow.
Head of Infrastructure might like to speak to that.
Sorry, Member Paul, can you please repeat the second part of the question? Or the first part about the landlord?
Being a good landlord, and you've put up a budget for us to do that, and we're looking to cut it in half today. So
from 2 to 1, half. Where is the half? Sorry.
4 to 2.
4 to 2. 4 to 2 will only give us compliance. $2 million will not allow us to repair bathrooms and kitchens that may well need refurbishment.
In the policy, what comes first, the policy?
I don't think it's a question of what comes first, and this is an exceptional circumstance in terms of our balance sheet management and responding to the wishes of elected members to review this portfolio and make a decision about whether it stays on our balance sheet or not. So to consider an amendment or an exception to a policy to that end, I think is not a big issue.
Sorry, can I just clarify? We have to get an audit tick off. And if we make a decision not to collect depreciation outside of a policy utility, what risk does that impose on us, if any?
Any amendment or exception to policy we would consult with the auditors prior to doing anything like that. So it doesn't represent a risk in terms of audit risk.
We've got Councillor McNally, then Councillor Research.
Yeah, I'll support this one. I just think it forces us into completing the divestment. Being nothing for long enough, get on with it. And the other thing, as far as the balance sheet's concerned, while that might adjust what the value of those assets on the book, it also removes a significant amount of R&M required if we do keep them. There's a big chunk of it. And I would think that the balance sheet should be adjusted in the correct manner by the sale proceeds.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that I'm very keen to see depreciation and review be done and how we depreciate. And also, there's no argument about the best for the housing for the elderly. We've agreed to all of that. However, again, making a decision at this point when there is no staff report giving us the pros and the cons of this resolution, nor other options being considered. It's not good. Again, hasty decisions lead to poor governance decisions being made. I don't know if the depreciation reserves being built up or it's negative. That's the sort of information I need. You've heard other members asking all these questions. That shows there's the dearth of information for making a good decision. I probably, and also, what impact is it going to have when we divest on the potential options we're looking at if we make this decision? So I think, and finally, it doesn't make any difference because if we can move quickly and divest, we simply don't depreciate. It goes off our books, and all of the gains you're looking at, you made. I don't want to be facing a legal challenge either, in terms of commitments to the well-being of the elderly, certainly not. So I don't want to cut them down to funding which they cannot work on that. Would encourage start moving quickly in our divestment so that we can get the gains that we can actually see that have been pointed out. I disagree with this process, we're going about it, and that's why I won't support it.
Councillor Kappa.
Kia mena, koro ke tāpu ki ngā kōrero, ngā painga me ngā hekinga, mō tēnei kaupapa. Kia au, tukuna o i nei whare, ki te tahi atu, mō hana tātou, koro ke tātou, te pēhia te tahi atu, rau ko te whakainua ko wai, ngai, te tahi atu rōpu, ki te whakahaere, kia haia tātou ki te hoki mai ki ngā mahi te tikanga mo tātou. Tēnei he tutu ki ngā pūtea ko tutu ki ke, lani iai ko hea tātou ki te whakahuri i ngā tuhi, monu tāna. Tukuna atu tēnei kaupapa ki te rōpu heana, ka taia tātou ki te tuhutera, nā, ka hoki mai e tahi atu pūtea, i taku rongonga, te hauhera. Nōreira, a hau, heana hau kia horoto tēnei kaupapa. I think ko te kupu whi divest, te whanau tērā, ngani kia horo.
We'll go for right of reply to Councillor Hoy. People for Auckland. Catherine.
In closing, I just wanted to highlight that this will save another 0.5% for our rates. And further to that, in terms of the workload of our council, we're looking at those opportunities, not just for the existing way that our housing looks at the moment, but for me, looking at the future of our housing and those opportunities to provide not old houses, but new houses for our kaumātua. And I think that looking at those opportunities going forward, and Guy as our CEO and our new finance team working along with our SLT, I think this is just really highlights that we're looking at getting things done, we're looking at doing things differently. And this motion today isn't done in isolation from the staff and their advice, and also in terms of things that can make things better for the ratepayer at this time when they really need it. So support this motion, save another 0.5% to our ratepayers, and look at those opportunities within year 2 and 3 of the annual plan for that work stream that looks at the long-term horizon for our housing. And in particular, those opportunities to provide brand new houses for our kaumātua, leveraging of central government funding. Thank you.
Could I have the division? I'm in favour. Could be Stratford. Councillor Court.
Opposed.
Councillor Floyd.
Favour.
Councillor Arquette Harawira.
Aye.
Councillor Kappa. Aye. Councillor Kleskovic.
I'm opposed.
Councillor McNally. Aye. Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Ratina. Aye. Councillor Vucic. Against. You can click that through. And that is carried. We'll now go to items 7 and 8. 7, that Bahia waterfront improvements be paid for by rate, and the district facilities for toilets and foot paths are to be paid for by the board rate for Windsor Landing and Rangitane. Before we move that, can I just get confirmation, please, Chief Executive Forward from staff as to how these items are rated and why they are rated that way?
Okay, I'll ask services for some guidance on that one, please.
Manager Lincoln, can you explain waterfront there that is paid for by a general rate right now? Which is why you were looking for the type of waterfront to be also.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have confirmation over the Mangonui waterfront redevelopments that we're doing, that would be general as well then?
My understanding is that it will be consistent, but I will confirm that.
And for the, I thought that toilets and footpaths were ward rated anyway.
Yes.
So we've got here a motion to propose that Windsor Landing and Rangitane toilets and footpaths be ward rated. That would suggest by this resolution that it currently is. We're saying it already is.
That's the issue.
The toilets as well.
Correct.
I'm actually okay with what Councillor Ford is proposing in regard to.
So it's got it's got the Sky District.
I think that's fair what she's asking in relation to point 8.
Yeah, just get staff to contribute. Find that out. Okay, I need a mover.
Can we break this down?
Okay.
Because 7, if we move them together, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of order.
That's all right, Nate. We'll do it separately. I'll just try to. Everyone wants to talk on all of these, so can we get a time, please? For me as well. Number 7, Waihi Waterfront to be ward rated rather than district-wide rated.
Let me just get to that.
Would you like to move it?
I'll move it.
No, I don't wish to move it.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Stratford has moved. I need a seconder to put on the table. Councillor Boyd, did you have a question before we go into the back there, Councillor? Or you waiting to?
Wait until the back.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Remember when this project was changed from a stormwater project to a waterfront improvement, which is beautification, is that there was a discussion around the rate and that it was originally stormwater funded, which was general, and some person said that they would make sure it was rated correctly, and so to me it should be ward rated, and I'm sorry to everyone that it was general, but if it's stormwater, there should be a separate bucket of money and rated general, but any beautification stuff should be ward rated.
Councillor Ford.
And just to support what Councillor Stratford has raised, I totally agree with that. Unfortunately, the motions prior have failed about Taipa Waterfront. I think that when we do beautification projects that are terrestrial in nature, they're not maritime, they don't have a regional consent, they're not below Mini High Water Springs, they're on the ground, that it's clearly delineated because it's not there. And I have tabled these for both those items because I've gone through line by line and to check each of these. I think that we need to be consistent when the Western Ward wants to do up the town centre. If the Teku wants to do up Taipa Waterfront, then it should be from the ward rate and be consistent. Maritime is paid for district-wide, but that's wards, that's anything that has a regional consent, and that needs to be clearly delineated, I think, within the LTP so that we can actually see which ones are maritime and why, and which ones are on the land and basically why it's part of the wood. So I just think I'm just moving this to be consistent and to be fair.
Councillor Court.
Thank you. I'm quite relaxed about whether I pays for this by ward rate or general rate. That's not my concern. My concern is when we're talking about being fair and we put it on I can take everyone back on a journey to the time I sat in this chamber and fought to the death for the Okonomi and Martin Foreshore improvements to be elevated to the #1 project in the National Land Transport Plan, the Rural Land Transport Plan. And what you see now with the rock wall and the footpath, and all the beautification works over there, that was me. And that was paid for by general rates. We've had a very strong debate this morning about Taipa waterfront, and if that had gone through, it would have been general rates. We've spent millions of dollars and that is general rates. So why now, when it becomes Pioneer with a capital P at the front of everybody's minds, should that be a award rate? That is not fair or equitable. We all took an oath to be district councillors. So let's be district councillors and apply a fair and equal approach. If we want to change Pioneer, the award rate, I'm okay with that, but that means everybody else gets the same treatment moving forward. And also, this is not a beautification project. You'll recall this started off as a multi-million-dollar project, including a breakwater, because every time we had a decent storm that comes in from the east or northeast, we were losing the state highway, we were losing the stormwater pipes, the sewage pipes, the water pipes, the electricity, and the telecommunications because they were damaged and floods were being, shops were being flooded. So, yeah, an element of beautification in there, but if we get a little bit cute with how we debate it in the room and say it's just placemaking or it's just beautification, therefore it should be a award rate, then I would be okay with that, but it's not. So I'm just going to say, I don't care really how people vote, but let's be consistent and fair with the district, because I'm not seeing that in what I've just read.
Chair Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. This is a really hard listen from where I'm sitting, so I'm glad I'm not in the room. In fact, I think there's a lot of unfair pressure being put on elected members and staff today with inadequate information in front of you. This, as Councillor Court has just spoken to, is actually a state highway infrastructural issue to protect your assets, the telecommunications, the stormwater, the sewerage, without a map in front of you to show you the design of how that so-called beautification will protect the section of State Highway 11 in front of Kingsgate and Paihia from Bayview Road, not even down to the corner of Williams Road, is to do with our assets. This is a fallout from the PGF funding and the breakwater. There's no doubt about that, which was renegotiated. But I think, you know, to bring this back and ask for it to be ward rated to save the infrastructure for Paihia alone, we're opening a really interesting debate up here. And I have sat on every single workshop for this LTP. I've been in the room for every council meeting in relation to this LTP, and I have to say I'm really disappointed to hear a number of these things coming up today. Thank you.
A sentiment shared to be sure, Chair Ward.
Point of clarification is, it says here it's for waterfront improvements. Is this beautification or is this a seawall?
Chief Executive Baldwin.
I don't have an answer to that. It's good. Infrastructure as a clarification.
I don't have enough to answer, so.
This is Mayor Carter decided to give our local share to Paihia community to decide what they would do with it, but we still have some kind of scope as to its original intent is what I recall from this. But in any case, we'll go to Deputy Administrator Ferrari.
So it's listed under district facilities. It's not under roading or stormwater. Whilst I get that there's probably a group of people who we're engaged with initially, know what this money's going to be spent on. I'm just about on the verge of Helen used to remove it, but please make it ward rated because it's under district facilities and it's not in the water. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. If I could have the voting form up. I am abstaining. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Court. Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Haruka. Aye. Councillor Kappa. Oh, Councillor Kliskovic.
I'm in support.
Councillor McNally. Opposed. Councillor Radich.
Support.
Councillor Rakina.
I'll abstain.
Councillor Vucic. I should have voted against that. Okay, it's carried. Sorry, that was supposed to be inside my head. We can go to item 8. District facilities and toilets for funds to be paid for by ward rate, Windsor, Levy and Rangitane, because it's currently maritime, which is district, the general. I need a mover, please.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Kliskovic, seconded by Deputy Stratford. Councillor Kliskovic.
No, I'm fine. I don't want to share anything.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
As Councillor Foy has said earlier, this is an outlier. Whilst it's marine, in the marine space, it's a district facility that should be rated like the rest of them. Yeah.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you. This has been proposed and moved because it's for consistency. The matters that have been raised about stormwater, it's clearly district-wide. Roading, which Councillor Court has talked to about the roading, is clearly paid for from the general rate. When you look at district facilities, either it should be really clarified and have a different table below mean high water springs. If something is below mean high water springs, it's maritime. If it's above it, it's not maritime, it's terrestrial. It's part of district facilities and should be rated accordingly. What I can see is that we have some very talented elected members that have been previously part of many different projects and have very clearly put these in different project lines so that it's paid for from the general rate. And I applaud their abilities and their tenacity in order to do so. But I've gone through each of these lines to be consistent. And when we do these approaches, we need to be consistent district-wide. And I hear you that it should be done in every single ward the same way. And I think we should be consistent in that approach. And with Monganui, same here, if it's maritime, if it's below mean high water springs, it's maritime, which is what Monganui was. If it's above mean high water springs, then it's terrestrial and should be done as part of district facilities. And all of Monganui's works were below mean high water springs, which is why it was paid for from the ward rate and part of the maritime proposal. So I would like the LTP to be clearly defined. All projects below mean high water springs is their own table so that we can be consistent with our funding approach and make it clear what is roading, what is stormwater, and what is district facilities.
Councillor McNally and Councillor Court.
Based on that investigation, there's a whole lot of reclaimed land in Te Huku that is below mean high water. There's a stop bank around it. How are we going to rate that? There's a little bit when you go through Wanganui over the bridge. Whangarawa over the bridge.
They already have a low enough ward rate, Councillor McNally. What the same would suggest that it would go even lower.
No, it would go higher. There'd be no general rate. All that country that's currently rated, rural country that's reclaimed mudflat, estuarine mudflat, they'll go ward rating under that theory.
Well, let's do that.
She said
Yeah, let's do that.
Point of clarification.
So it doesn't matter anyway, just.
She said what?
Councillor Court.
I actually am going to support this. I do think that toilets need to be separated out from this project as a whole and should sit in the ward rate as long as we're consistent and fair. But I do want to push back on the insinuation that elected members have been cute. I think that's
Councillor Court.
a demonstrably unfair statement has and should be retracted. Nobody here is being accused. This list is put forward by staff, not by elected members. So I'm a little bit offended, Your Worship.
No, I'm happy to retract that. I think that's a relevant point. I'm not sure what staff put in there though.
Okay, Killer, thank you.
Was there an apology?
Councillor.
Yes, apology.
Next LTP consultation, I'm going out to get rid of board rates as it is. It's ridiculous. But Councillor Kleskovic, your right of reply.
Nothing from me, Kahika.
We'll put that to a vote. I am in favour.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Court, Councillor Foy,
Favour.
Councillor Halida, Councillor Kappa, Councillor Kleskovic,
Aye.
Councillor McNally, yes, Councillor Radich,
Yep.
Councillor Rakina, aye, Councillor Vucic.
Surprise, it's aye because we're just being consistent.
Just for or against next time, thank you. That is passed. We'll go to our second to last, sorry, 9, if you can put that up.
I'd like to propose an alternative motion, please, Your Worship.
I'd like to just make a quick note, Chief Executive Holroyd, that one, I don't appreciate amendments, not amendments, but alternate proposals coming through like. But that some of them, your own staff have their own things that we can do, efficiencies we can find. And that's something that I would hope that our organisation is able to self-diagnose. My phone can find its own viruses and fix itself for me, and I just push a button. I'd hope that our organisation is continually ready and finding operational efficiencies and effectiveness, like what we're seeing within some of these today. But it shouldn't take an alternate motion from Councillor Foy to find some of those, I would. Councillor Kleskovic should like to push an alternate.
Can we just scroll up a little bit, whoever's on the screen, so we can see what the next one is also?
Thank you.
Okay, look, just 6.1, the confirmation of capital program amendments, that's what I'd like to lodge, but we're not there yet, I'll wait my turn.
So we've already passed that. What are you talking about? We're looking at 6.1 C9, $5.2 million for the Kirikiri bypass.
Yeah, I'm talking about 6.1 C10, apologies.
Thank you. I need a mover for 6.1 C9, please.
Yes.
And the seconder. Councillor Harawira. Thank you, Councillor Ford.
Our writing staff are here today, and also I can see that we've got our strategy staff. If you'll notice, there's a really singular item that's got no subsidy, standalone Kirikiri CBD bypass. I haven't proposed to remove the funds. What I've proposed is to actually include in that line item the words, what that money is for. It's not to form the road, is my understanding. The money isn't for purchasing properties. My understanding is that that is for the designation process. And I'm not sure if that's a roading staff, that budget goes to roading staff or to the strategy area. Can I please clarify about the funding, because it's a huge amount of money without having that clarity to our community about what actually it's for, and include that, whatever the funding's for, in that line item. If it's for designation, write down standalone Kirikiri CBD bypass designation process.
Chief Executive Holroyd, through you, I'll ask MTA staff to clarify that line item.
Oh,
I'll let you.
I'll go and Roger can jump into it. I'll just confirm with Crystal that funding is allocated for designation purposes, followed by land purchase as things, as the designation process proceeds.
So upon clarification from the roading staff for the designation, my understanding is that is action not through roading, but actually through our strategy and policy team, which what Roger and I discussed there, Guy. I'm not sure why that is in a line item through roading and footpaths and not actually as one of the other items within strategy and policy, because essentially the road designation does not exist until we do that strategy and policy and planning work. And further to that, in terms of roading, and I'm not sure what direction has been given to the roading asset managers and planners, how they're actually part of that process as a roading entity instead of being led from the policy team. I'm just confused. And is someone able to speak to this? Because I feel like
make an observation that I don't know why this is coming as a resolution for this governing body of 75,000 people. This looks like an email to me. So has the email not been answered, or why has it come to me and come to this table as a resolution?
I can answer that question. I asked this as a question in the long-term plan workshops, and I wasn't given the response to it. And further to that, I'll only be raising it because either I haven't been given the information, there isn't scoping to detail why it's in year 3 instead of later years, and which area of council is physically going to be spending that, because that's a lot of money to spend in 1 year. You know, that's a huge amount of funding. And it has to be towards something if we're going to be approving it. What I'm highlighting is the level.
Let's move this, so then they've got to give the detail. We've got 2 years in any case and an election to get through, and that could get the chop from year 3, which will be year 3 anyway.
I'll have to speak to this, but not in public.
Yeah. So it's just on Councillor Howard, Councillor Ueda. I say we just move this to get the detail in, but it will come to us as a workshop through Te Koko. Let's get the answers. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions, that is carried. And number 10. Now, number 10 has been added in there. In your revised capital works.
Yes. Could I please make a propose an alternative motion, your wish, Te Kahika?
And water, main.
So it's on page 7.
So just quickly, you can, I'll let you move an alternate, but I'll just explain what's happening here. Number 7, we've got an item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. There's a line item called the upgrade lane to Heritage Bypass Kirikiri, which in years 2 and 3 has a $6.9 million quantum and a $5.2 million quantum. Staff do not know what that is for. Therefore, what they have proposed us doing is that item that we looked at earlier on, the Turner Centre stormwater, that we target this line item to that project, but we need to include a $1.1 million.
Oh, it's a 1 million, sorry.
A $1 million figure for year 1 to be in there. That is what was the original proposal for this resolution, but I have Councillor Kliskovic who would like to move an alternate. I'll pass over to you, Councillor Kliskovic, to move your alternate resolution.
Kia ora, year 1, I'd like it to remain the same. Year 2, I'd like it to remain the same. But year 3, I would like to allocate that budget, because I'm a little bit perplexed as to why we're prioritising the main heritage bypass in Kirikiri. We've just had another item before this item for $5 million. When the road in Pawarenga, when the road in Pangaru and the road in Motuti, those slips have still not been repaired. And by the time I finish this next year, I'm going to come hell or high water by the sweat of my brow, where those roads will be fixed. So I want the year 3 to be moved and that budget to be dedicated to roading, not the entirety of it, but enough to fix those slips on the west coast, and then the remainder.
Kahika, sorry, Pinatoi,
This is a water budget, a water supply budget that we're taking from the Heritage Bypass for water to put into water for the Turner Centre. I appreciate your concern for the roads, and I agree too. I would love to have still rated at 16.5% and put all of that money to the roads. But the current system does not allow us to do that because Waka Kotahi will not take the rest of the life cost of the upgraded asset on their books, and will be left with that cost of us rather than them having to pay 71%. So if you've got a seconder, we can speak to it, but otherwise need a seconder to bring your alternate motion to the table. You also, you won't be able to move a water budget across to a roading. We need.
The Turner Centre is not a water budget, it's stormwater.
There was some wording missing from that. I'm sorry, Your Worship, to interrupt.
From the original?
From the draft. Yeah, so the second part of that motion, which I second, was that the budget be reclassified to stormwater, not mineral water.
And we've got an alternate resolution moved by Councillor Kliskovic to, what's the wording? Did you, to reclassify it as roading in year 3, so to give a year 1 and 2 budget for the Turner Centre, but the year 3 budget to be reclassified as roading to go on, was it Pawaringa? I think Pawaringa is going to be done by then in any case, but we'll carry on from my workshops and all the meetings I've been attending. I need a seconder on the table.
I'll second it. I just need clarification from staff whether it's.
Chief Executive Howard, if I could get somebody to speak to the recommendation on the table, which is that we have years 1 and 2 budgets going to the Turner Centre and a year 3 budget allocation of $5.2 million gets reclassified as roading to go on the Pawaringa slips.
We have a break for clarification.
Oh, you're leaving me hard with all these last minute things when you don't even say. I'm going to call for lunch for an hour. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm calling for a 5-minute break. Then we're coming back to finish final one. Close the karakia, and then you can all go home.
Yeah.
No lunch.
Can we
5 minutes.
to consider a point of order? That we are currently talking about water, stormwater, and we are talking about the Turner Centre stormwater. We are not talking about roading.
And even the item isn't even roading, it's water supply. Anyway, I'll call it a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Go ask your questions that you need answered, and then Thank you. And if I can get, and I'll get, and I'll go to Councillor Kliskovich to speak to his alternate motion. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kliskovich is having, does that say technical issues? Something. We'll go to Councillor Arakina to speak to it.
Tēnā whai te kaika. Oina tātu I tautu whai ero tuinga, standing orders with whai wākia ki te koro I te mea. Anga, I was a little bit confused I te koro o tātou mo ngā wai, I kita I ngā pai mahi, haka kāhore ana I ngā koro. Hei tā rātou I roto I sa tātou mahi, kapu tēnei, hore rātou kai ana. O ka hore rātou haka pono, ia tā tātou I whai nei, he nui ngā piki, he nui ake ngā piki me ngā heke I roto I te opini ko whakatakatoria kai kaunihira Kliskovich. Koina tāku I auro nei te hihi au te ātawānanga kahi ki ngā kaimai.
I was speaking against it, not because I'm not for sorting out the roads, but Otiti and Pangaru slips we've already given our local share for and received confirmation of our central government share. Alena, Pangapi are part of the phase 3, and if you have been tracking along in your Te Koko agendas, we have a standing table which says where those are at. Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure Pangapi and Pawaringa were up for tender for construction, for design. And then once we get the design, then we'll figure out how much it's going to cost, put in our application to Whakaputahi for our 89% share for them to take, and then we'll put our local share in for 11%. So it's stuff that's going to happen, what I would expect to be way before year 3 anyway. And if you read your agendas and come to all of your committee meetings, then you'll be able to track along with it too. You can ask the necessary questions before coming to a meeting to try and see changes. So I appreciate the intent, but I don't think this is the means to an end, and I would expect these ones specifically to be done before that. The original motion is where I would like to see us make some headway for the stormwater raru that we're having at Turners-Centre for this motion, so I'll be speaking against that. If your microphone is working, Councillor Kliskovich, you have to speak. I still got raru. Councillor Court, then Councillor Foy.
There's this old saying, something about just because you think they're out to get you doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong. And I'm watching projects in the Bay of Islands Encore Ward get attacked, and I'm uncomfortable. And I hope it's not the politics of envy at play. I really hope that. So when this morning in the council agenda I raised under the open resolution report that the Tura Stormwater Catchment Project was meant to be funded in the LTP. And we heard from the manager of infrastructure that it was missed. It was missed. And the next opportunity is in 2028. It's an incredibly expensive project. $10 million was the estimate. And what we have right now is a significant development occurring in the form of Cookridge Retirement Village, which is in the entire catchment between the CBD and the Turners-Centre into independence. So we haven't got time to sit down and wait till 2028. because we may end up having an abuse resident and flooding that centre. So in the break, this morning break, Angie, Tony, Charlie spoke to me and they said, we can move the upgrade water mains Kirikiri project, which is about the same money, we can reclassify that as a stormwater project. And in reclassifying it, we need to do some jiggery pokery with the money. The money remains exactly the same, not asking for any more money. But Tanya specifically wanted $1 million in year one to do the design and consenting work. And she needed the dollar amounts in 25, 26 and 26, 27 to do the implementation work. So I'm not asking for more money. I'm asking for it to be moved from one water project in Kirikiri to another water project in Kirikiri, which are targeted rates. You can't pick up a targeted rate and put it into roading, which is the general rate. I don't think it's appropriate to try and reduce this fund to the point that the project will fail the budget to deliver the project. And I don't think it's an appropriate mechanism to tip it money at random and try and address it towards the projects that are listed on teams here, Powerina, Muriti, Whanapana, we already have a project in play and we have funding in play to address those road issues. The challenge that you always have is someone moves an alternate motion before you get to move yours, the context is lost. So I hope this brings the context back, that this is not more money and we have no discernible rating impact. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Floyd and Councillor Kappa, then Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Thank you, Morgan. With water supply and stormwater, they're rated differently. And as we know, because we've already had the debate about three waters, and as I've brought up about the water rates, the buckets of money that are rated are different. Water supply is a targeted rate to the community that the works have been undertaken in. Stormwater is a general rate across the whole district. By moving this motion, what it's doing is instead of having the financial implications on the community where the works are to occur, what has been proposed is to spread that across the whole district to paying $10 million towards a stormwater project which will be paid for at large by the district. I'm not anti-stormwater projects. In fact, I'm always fully supportive of spending money on stormwater. The issue that I have is by making this huge motion right now about the most money I've ever heard of being spent on a singular urban stormwater project, is that it's paid for out of the general rate across the whole district. And I'm not sure about this development that's occurring and what they're paying towards the stormwater proposal, considering that it seems to benefit disproportionately one development. And will this have benefits for the whole district? I know that there's another big proposal in stormwater, which is for Morewa, and that's a significant project. But that's been on the books for a very long time as well, and that's been done in conjunction with the flood mitigation project for the river. So I just wanted to hear from staff, if possible, Guy, about that implication. And I hear it's not extra money, but the way that it's paid for is different because it's across a district instead of from that financial targeted rate for the water supply community. So I'm not sure of the amount of reserves from stormwater. And so is staff able to speak to that? 5-6.
Perhaps I could have a go.
Staff can't.
Can I draw your attention to this? They are targeted rates. We changed the way we rate. So stormwater is a targeted rate, general rate.
It's paid for district-wide.
No, it's a targeted rate.
Councillor Hapa.
Tēnā koe kanika. Kia au nei nā, tō tahi me puri taku mihi kia koe te tohine Anne. Koe pāpauri e hara tēnei he taka hindi o kōrero e pāna ki tau ake rohe. Tēnei ne kētanga o te taha Māori me te taha Jimo. Te taha Jimo, titiro ana ki tō koutou ake, a mātou i titiro ana ki te whānui o te taitokera. Nō reira, hau, tautoko pau te kaha ana, kia hoki tātou ki te kaupapa tuatahi, me te akamarama kia tātou, hei hea te nohonga o tēnei kaupapa o tātou whanaunga Christchurch, e noho kei kona tātou e kōre rona, ka hore rāne, o ka hore, hoki tātou ki te kaupapa tuatahi, kia titiro e wai, i heke mai i ngā puke, e wai i pupuhi, pupu ai, i roto i ngā wai o kirikiri. I te mea tāku nei, i taku maumahara, i tā mātou timatotanga, ko te waipuke o Turners Centre, i whakai tātou, haka tikangia tērā wāhanga engari, i taku rongonga, ki hai i putuki. Hau, hia miana kia hoki tātou ki tērā kōrero, kia tutuki ai, e rā kaupapa.
Thanks.
Councillor Research.
I'm going to speak to the current resolution, but I also would like to foreshadow an amendment. Did I tell you that? I'm not asking for a seconder, it's if it's lost. Request the CE provide a report to Te Koutou to update elected members on the stormwater project called Turner Centre Subcatchment and a decision made going forward. So, a report later. But I do want to speak to this because I remember the paper coming to us not long after we were elected, and it's not, primarily about the Turner Centre. There's a whole, the rear of the Cafe Cinema gets flooded. The Wairoa stream, when it's in flood, is a big hazard for that area of Kirikiri. And that's why we had requested that, and I want to know where it's got to, a design be progressed to mitigate the risk of stormwater flooding within that subcatchment. And it was being funded out of current funds as at December 2022, and we had awarded we did a direct appointment of Triancal to undertake the design work. So we know where that's got to. And then we had approved 2 million for physical works for the first stage of it in the 23-24 annual plan. Obviously that didn't happen. That doesn't mean we waited for it.
Forecast in our A and B. So there already is budget there, would be giving us an extra 11, 12 mil, so it'll be 14 mil all up.
And then coming back to what we're taking money away from in year 2 and 3 of the water supply budget, I recall there's significant water issues in Kirikiri. And I remember a discussion about a main that was causing issues. And I'm not on the Waters Portfolio Committee anymore, but I think we should just leave this resolution alone until we actually know what this is and vote against it. Thank you.
Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, just if you can bring that up again, please, so I can see it. I'm speaking against the alternate, as the Mayor's already lanes, we are doing several things for North Okienga and those areas that are listed there. And I believe we can actually achieve a lot more effectively than what is being done. And then speaking to the CE, we're planning to do. So the ultimate motion there, I'm speaking against it. Going back to the original, we do have a heritage bypass water issue. I'd love to see that project be fully defined and costed and managed. This is what we're missing. Again, we don't have that information. We do have a major problem with the Turner Centre stormwater and a major cost associated with that when you look at it. But again, we put some money to that. Where's that actually sitting? And when I look at and add all that together, what we have is a figure that, man, I can do that for you. My machine, I'll make a lot of money out of it. It just seems far too high to be realistic. And what about the contributions and everything that should have been coming with that development there? So I'm actually going to speak, I'm probably going to say, unless someone else gives me a better argument, certainly against an alternate motion. I like what was raised by the Deputy Mayor. I'll be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Kliskovic for a right of reply.
Tēnā tātou. Thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your points of view. And I wanted to say that when I came into this role, I wanted to be somebody who was courageous and brave. And although my attention to detail is not what our mayor would aspire me to be, my role on behalf of the district is to look after the entire district, okay? And unless we address those simple rating issues, guys, and we actually do something, and I hear, John, you said we're already doing things in Nets West. We're not doing anything unless there's diggers there and there's trucks and there's rollers. We're not doing anything more than we were doing for the last 3 years. The people in those areas along those roads, they should expect that the councillors that represent them are going to do a job to look after them, their kids, their road security, and ensure that they're safe on the road. It's pretty straightforward, guys. I mean, at the end of the day, you'll vote for how you want to vote, but I won't go down without having a crack. Kia ora.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Mute Councillor Radic. The right of reply has been given, so I will put it to a vote. All those in favour say
Sorry, can you put up the motion?
Put up the motion. Can you just speak it up? I don't mind if we see what you're doing. That is the alternate motion. Can you just get rid of the original motion? That's not what we're voting. We're voting on. That needs to be there and there.
Excuse me, Kahika, may I ask a question?
You can.
To the CEO through you. Okay, can we please, in the event that this money changes hands, can we start investigating, preparing a report and showing the government that we've got some dough, we've got skin in the game, and apply for the remainder of the funding through the RIF? Kia ora.
Okay, and sorry, we'll put that. Can I have the vote by division? And against Deputy Mayor Shipley? Councillor McCall?
Against.
Councillor Boyd?
Against.
Councillor Halkia Harawira?
Again.
Councillor Kappa? Councillor Kliskovic?
Aye.
Councillor McNally? Yes. Councillor Radic?
Four.
Councillor Lakinen. Councillor Research. Councillor Lakinen, I think said Carl.
Yeah.
Okay, that is failed, so we go to the foreshadowed amendment by Councillor Deputy Stretford. We can please set that up. Foreshadowed amendment is to request the Chief Executive provide a report to COCO to update elected members on the stormwater project called Tuna Centre Sub-Catchment and Upgrades Heritage Bypass for decision on capital investment. I will second. Deputy Minister.
Yeah, I think we need to be informed on these two projects, very significant projects, before we make any decisions on their funding being reallocated or investing further. So with that information, you can do so.
Chief Executive Holroyd for staff. We currently still have for Heritage Bypass 6.9 and 5.2 sitting there then, but they're not until year 2. What I don't want to see happen is just to Anne's points around Tuna Centre, we were supposed to capture something for LTP and it's been missed, or for this Heritage Bypass itself, no one knows what the heck it's for. So I'm thinking sitting here, do we know what any of this other stuff is for? Because I thought this was the final cut of it, but didn't have a business plan. It wouldn't bloody be in this book. And this is in this book and no one knows what it's there for. How am I supposed to be confident that anything else in this book is going to be sorted and going to be done? And are we going to forever be doing, I don't know, carry forwards or what? So I'm a little bit nervous, but we're still going to have that in there.
Yeah.
There's going to need to be a plan that will come out of this report or whatever we've got going on. There's going to have to be some reallocation of funding or some set business cases put forward for whatever it is that needs to be done. But it does make me nervous, Chief Executive, over everything else that we've got on this Capital Works program. And I'm not confident that if we found one just there with such a massive bloody quantum that is blaringly obvious that staff have missed, that we've missed ourselves. How do I know that anything else here is going to be fine too? I don't. So maybe we need to sit down after this and sort that out, but I think I'm very nervous. So I'm in favour of this foreshadowed amendment in any case, because I think it will give us some next steps. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, I should have spent more time thinking about how I debated this last time. But, when I spoke to the staff, they said they did not know what upgrade main to Heritage Bypass Ketikeri meant. As you rightly pointed out, it's sitting here with a budget of $11 million. I had assumed, and I'd never asked the question, this was about replacing the pipes. Because we'd been told that the pipes were undersized and were not sized for growth to carry potable water into Kerikeri. Assumption is the mother of all stuff up here. Apparently my assumption was wrong. And because Tanya's only just taken on this portfolio, I feel sorry for her because she's having the baptism of fire and trying to get a handle around what all these projects are. What she has said to me, I don't know what that's for. Whatever it is for, we've got to find out. But whatever that finding takes us to, it won't be deliverable within the year. So I don't need that budget there. My concern with that resolution is not that we don't need to up the report, but we've got no money attached to it. And if we've got no money attached to it, what do we do with it? We know from the Open Resolutions report that the project was scoped. We know that we were told it was going to cost in excess of $10 million. We awarded a contract, as the Deputy Mayor has said, for $2 million. So we should be in a position that we're ready to go. But if we don't put some money against that, we're just going to have another paper report that's going to rely on the fact that someone captures it in 2028. And that's what worries me about this. We need to hit the dollars. And then we need to get the heck out of Dodge and let Tanya and her wonderful team get on with delivering these projects for us, so we're not having these debates.
Councillor McNally.
Just, all I was going to say is that the report that's been requested there, can we have the original engineer that was employed by December 22 to see what he actually did and what he was paid, please, in that report? And secondly, the heritage, I'm actually not that comfortable, and I'm pleased that it's changed this, the water supply money being shifted into stormwater, so I was going to vote against that. But the heritage bypass, just for a bit of long ago moment, the water goes to Blue Mountain Drive and the sports complex, is my understanding from the town supply. The developer of Blue Mountain Drive offered to put in additional pipes, or will increase the size of the water pipe, because he felt it was undersized, and but put in additional pipes for both another water line and a sewer line, and that was refused at the time. So there was a learning in that. If it's offered, you should take it up. But anyway, it's just a bit annoying to see this here now.
Councillor Kliskovic.
No, nothing from me. Hey, Steve said it perfectly.
Deputy Minister, right of reply.
Just quickly. We get a number of reports brought to us without them having had budget allocated to them in long-term plans or annual plans. So if we do need funding for an item that's not in the long-term plan, it would have to be dealt with on the papers on that day as an agenda item with the, more information than we have today to make a decision. So the resolution as it stands to ensure that elected members make decisions for going forward on these two packets.
Sorry, the right of reply has been given. You do not have the right to speak. I'll put up vote by division. I'm in favour. Deputy Minister Stretford.
Aye.
Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Boyd.
Aye.
Councillor Algadham.
Aye.
Councillor Kappa. Aye. Councillor Kliskovic. Councillor McNally. Aye. Councillor Radic.
Support.
Councillor Rakina. Aye. Councillor Vusic. Aye. And back to Councillor Kliskovic. You can give us a thumbs up or a chat. Otherwise, we will.
Yeah, can't buy more.
And we've got a unanimous decision today. Lucky last. Thank you very much, everybody. I just wonder if we could go over to staff and the next steps now based off of this is this will inform what our final long-term plan will look like now, which we will be bringing to the table for adoption on the 28th, is it? 26th of June. But then our decisions today will not negatively impact the year one rates.
Correct.
It will potentially bring them down. We already got all this glory the other week. Thank you for that. Councillor Algadham, you had your hand up before we close with karakia.
Aye, just wanting to note that stormwater for Okaiho and All Highway aren't anywhere as well. Just saying.
I'll follow that up. I've got that as an action item.
Would anyone else like to highlight anything else before I close?
I wanted to ask, well, we've got our roading staff here and we haven't had any.
I have a meeting with them in 9 minutes. In fact.
It was just about the timing, and we've heard from our manager about August finding out the funding. There's a lot of money allocated currently towards Road to Zero, which was a previous government strategic direction under a different government policy statement for roading. With that focus changing under the new government, can we reallocate that funding towards other things? How does it work?
I've asked for a workshop in the paper.
Right.
Just on that, thank you.
Right.
Councillor McNally.
Just there is consultation policy on the Emergency Works Investment Policy Consultation, I think it's closed next 19th, next week. I just want to make sure that we're submitting to that.
Local Government New Zealand have submitted, and I'll follow that up in my meeting.
I think we need to as well, yeah. I'll bring it up.
And we're not doing a submission to water service.
Sorry?
We're not doing, this organisation's not doing a submission to the water services amendment.
I'll follow that up because that's a surprise to me, Councillor Court.
Temperature. I've been sitting here following it on my phone, and I think you've done an outstanding job. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Councillor,
Any other total call? Me here, Councillor Encore. Ki te rangatira kia tākoha. Ko rangatira tā tātou whare o tira te tai tokerau i tāna opinga mai, ki te kāinga, ko ngā pakiaka, ki te kāinga nei, ka warawa koe i haere ki tāni kia.
Tēnā koe takoa, e me nui anga ki a koe me mai mahi. Ina, kia whānau tō hiki utu mai ki tēnei kaungi hera pina tō te pia ki eti. A ko kia te pia ki eti. I'll close this off with karakia. Kia tau kia tātou katoa.